Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Donkster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Here we go. It is the Friday morning Good Time Edition on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. And not just any Good Time Edition, it is a Football Friday. Coming up, we start with Jerry Jones speaking out in a big way when it comes to his contract dispute with Micah Parsons. Then we look at the rest of the league, the NFL teams we're looking forward to watching this season, and the ones we are not. That's also followed by 7 o'clock action in college football as we pick our favorites in the Big 12. We've got plays on the diamond tonight as well, including another showdown out west between the Dodgers and the Padres. Then it's even more college football. We're going to talk with Cole Thompson from the SEC Unfiltered show at 7:40. We'll tell you which games we're betting on. Week 0 is here. We've also got Double D and his Degenerate Parlay. That's back for another season. And we wrap it up with the Dogster at 8:40. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Chelsea, how you doing on this Football Friday?
Yeah, good morning. So I had trouble getting to sleep last night, and you tell me if it's a valid complaint. So I was laying down, and I was closing my eyes, and I couldn't stop smelling this delicious smell. My husband was making a pizza as I was trying to go to sleep. Like, have you ever tried to go to sleep when there's a delicious smell wafting from the oven? Like, I wanted to get up and get a piece of pizza. It smelled so good. Is this fair for me to be like, Jake, stop making pizza when I'm trying to sleep? Is that fair?
No, absolutely. That's completely unfair. A man's not supposed to eat because you're in bed. Get up and get yourself a piece of pizza.
At 9:30? Jenks, you're not up at 9:30.
Yeah, but if I'm hungry at 9:30, I'm getting up and getting me something to eat. What's preventing you from getting up, sauntering to the kitchen, wherever the pizza is, maybe on the couch, maybe Jake's there, pizza on his chest, watching some golf highlights, and grabbing a slice?
Acid reflux? Have you ever tried to eat pizza and then lay down immediately?
It's not something I've tried
Maybe
recently.
I'm just
no,
old.
It's not. It's not. Not in the past few weeks. Well, you got to get a full belly before you go to bed. Then you don't have to worry about it.
Then you just burp up acid and it feels great. No, since I had kids, like I get, or a kid, I have acid reflux where I can't eat immediately before I lay down. Like, is this not a thing for anybody else?
No, not for me. Denton is shaking his head. No. Double D, you want to talk about acid reflux? You got anything going on over there? I don't see anything. I don't know, Chelsea. You might be riding solo on this one.
No acid.
Well, I am the only person that's I'm the only person that's had a child in this room, I suppose. So maybe that's it. But it's just like I can't have pizza or something with like marinara sauce immediately before I lay down. And it makes sense. Like marinara sauce is like pretty acidic, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, what are you going to watch during college football season then? You going to starve?
No, it's just before I lay down. Like, do you get what I'm saying? It's like I can eat pizza. I just can't immediately lay down or immediately exercise. Like, I can't have a cup of hot coffee before I run a mile. I can't have pizza before I run or swim. So it's not the pizza, it's the laying down. Like me having to go directly to bed after eating a slice of pizza.
Well, what you can do is you can have half a pizza and then you can do that jokey thing, you know, where Jake like straps you up to a wall, like puts you there with like duct tape or something, and then you'll be so tired you can just rest your body and your head can fall down and you can just sleep standing up. That way you get your rest and you get your pizza. Problem solved.
Yeah, it sounds great, Jenks. Can't wait to sleep standing up.
Well, sounds better than this acid reflux thing, I'll tell you that. Whatever it takes to sleep.
Well, my point being is, like, what if somebody was, like, baking cookies in your oven and you're trying to go to sleep because you got one more day of work? Like, it's just hard. It's just hard because you smell this delicious smell and you're trying to close your eyes and concentrate on going to sleep is all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
That's a tough one. That's definitely a first world problem. Man, these cookies sound delicious. And I could get up and go get some, but I guess I'll just lay here and think about them. But it does happen. You should have been thinking about your win yesterday. You got an early one.
Yeah, if it was as satisfying as a piece of pizza. But still, the handicap was spot on for Jose Urena, starting pitcher for the Minnesota Twins yesterday. I felt like this is one where it was more of a feel play because, listen, this guy is on his 10th team in Major League Baseball. If there's ever a journeyman pitcher, this is it. He had good numbers coming into this, but I didn't believe it. I don't believe you. And what do you know? He gave up 6 or 7 earned runs. When I stopped watching, I think he was up to 6 earned runs. So he's just a journeyman pitcher. And plus, this A's offense is pretty good that he faced. A top 10 offense. So Jose Urena over 2.5 earned runs from -110 was an easy winner yesterday.
I got a 2-on-1 day, but the most important thing for me is that we're back on the right side of fading the Rockies. Oh, you Rocks, I knew you couldn't do it 2 days in a row. I had the Dodgers -2 yesterday, which is an odd line, but I might play more of these as the end of the season approaches just for fun and kind of play that a little bit, see how it goes. Dodgers win that game 9-5. Donkster got a big win with the Padres all over the Giants 8-4. He had San Diego on the money line. So for the week, you are a blistering 5-1. I'm 4-5. The Donkster 3-1 here on the Daily Tip. It's on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. Thanks for being with us. Let's begin in the NFL, and we will get to Week 0 in college football coming up shortly. I'm excited about that. I'm going to stuff my face this weekend, watch a ton of football. But in the pros, well, the saga continues between Jerry Jones and Micah Parsons. So Jerry was on Michael Irvin's YouTube channel yesterday, and he says that even though Jamar Chase has the biggest current non-quarterback deal in the NFL, 4 years, $161 million, Jerry's offer to Micah was even bigger.
I have agreed to give more money than has ever been given in terms of guaranteed money than anyone ever has as far as a defensive player. I've done that. Now, I am the cat that writes the check. Okay? Now, Micah's got 3 years with the Cowboys left. He's got 3 years. At some point, somebody has to have the say over the other. At some point, it has to be that way. My job is managing the check. Okay? Micah's got to do the playing.
All right. Well, that's Jerry. And he says that he has already offered Micah Parsons this massive deal, which I think I believe. It's just the first time we're hearing of it. I think the thing is that we never know exactly what to think when it comes to Jerry. This is something he could have revealed earlier. Maybe he wasn't doing that because, I don't know, he wanted to keep negotiations more private. That just doesn't seem in line with something that Jerry would do. But do you believe Jerry here? That's what it comes down to me. I don't know if I believe Jerry or not.
Well, here's the difficult part is that didn't we already hear reports that he hadn't talked to Micah's agent since February? So, like, when was this the biggest deal for a non-quarterback? Was it before all these deals have been made with TJ Watt and Myles Garrett and company? So, obviously, that changes the numbers. And plus, if Micah Parsons is saying, hey, you need to negotiate with my agent, and Jerry Jones is not talking to said agent, like, there's a reason Micah Parsons is upset. So, I don't know who's in the wrong here, but it does feel like there is something that we are missing here, right? Like, doesn't it feel like there is a missing puzzle piece? We need to hear from the other side.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, each side is going to have his own story. It's like the old saying, there's 3 sides to every story, yours, mine, and the fence posts, right? Like, there's your side, my side, and the objective viewpoint. Like, what is really going on here? I also love this quote from Jerry, which we didn't hear, but he was talking about Micah's agent, and he really put a lot of the blame on Micah's agent, saying this: when we wanted to send the details to the agent told us to stick it up our ass. So I don't know if Micah is just letting his agent handle all of this and being very hands-off, but it definitely feels like if they haven't communicated since, March, they just need to sit down and clear the air and work this out. And you heard Jerry talking. If he's saying Micah Parsons is going to be in Dallas 3 more years, he's in the final year of his rookie deal. That means he's planning on potentially franchising Micah Parsons and saying, you're not going anywhere. I'll go ahead and pay you a lot because I'm going to have to pay you a ton anyway. But this has gone on so long now. It's one of those things where there's been so many things thrown out there. I don't know who or what to believe.
Yeah, at some point, like, when do we start questioning the agent's tactics, right? Like, when you're saying, hey, like, what's this agent doing? He needs to get in a room with Jerry Jones and try to discuss something. So I guess maybe we'll never know. But if I'm Micah Parsons, I am feeling a little nervous about it because I understand that personally he feels hurt by Jerry Jones. But at the end of the day, like, this is his chosen line of work, and this is a lot of money we're talking about. So the more acrimonious this deal gets, the less likely he is to maybe get that big time deal. So I don't know, but time's ticking. The season is in about a week. We've seen the Cowboys do this before where they wait to the last minute, but still, it can't be a great feeling at night.
So how do you feel about betting on guys who are in these contract disputes? Because we're also seeing this with Terry McLaurin, and he showed up yesterday. He's off the PUP list. And so he was on the field with the Commanders in his hoodie, didn't put on pads. So he's there, but he's not there. And there's been sort of whispers that his agent is sort of doing the same thing as far as asking for too much or not necessarily being as communicative as he should be when it comes to negotiating here in Washington. When you have these big names, and clearly they are huge producers, offensively, defensively, you just stay away completely when it comes to the betting market. Micah Parsons to win Defensive Player of the Year, plus 750. He is the second favorite. To have the most sacks, plus 650, the third favorite. If you think he's really going to hold out, and I mean miss some games here, then you probably don't want to bet on these. Or do you say, this is all bluster. This guy's going to play. They're going to work something out like the Cowboys always do. I'll put my money down.
Well, since I don't have any inside information, I think you go into it saying, hey, there is a piece of this puzzle that is missing. And we talk about this in betting all the time. I want all the factors to align. I don't want to feel uneasy about anything. And I understand, like, there's some level of, like, you are putting your trust in a player's hand and they have to execute. But still, like, there are so many other bets on the board. So I just feel like in the ones with a little bit of uncertainty, because if you miss a game, that goes against you, especially when there are other people in the market that have, a really good shot of winning this award as well. So as far as Micah Parsons goes, he obviously has probably the best chance to win Defensive Player of the Year, because I don't know what you would be betting on Terry McLaurin specifically, but maybe it goes into your Commanders bets and saying, okay, the Commanders have a tough schedule this year. If Terry McLaurin misses some time, what does that do to the team? But ultimately, I still have a lot of faith in the Commanders as a team. I have a lot of faith in Jaden Daniels. So even if Terry McLaurin misses a game, I think the overwhelming thought is that he still stays with the team, right? Like, that's all I've heard is all summer. It's like, oh, Terry's not going to leave. Terry's not going to leave. They're going to keep Terry. Even though, like, at what point does that thought change? Like, what would have to happen for you to change your tune on that? Would it have to be something severe? Would he actually have to walk out that door?
I don't think he's going to leave. I don't think they don't want to trade him. There's no question.
Right.
I do like his receiving touchdowns total set at 6 and a hook and juice to the over. I mean, I would definitely bet the over there. I think he's going to come back. But I will say this has definitely gone on longer than anyone anticipated. Like, if you had asked me or Denton or anyone else who covers the team, I mean, am I wrong here, Denton? Did you think we'd be here on August 22nd still talking about this?
I did not. I did not think I'd still be putting that tweet out every single day.
I'm like
I'm about to do in
brain.
20 minutes. I am running out of content here. He's not leaving, though. He has no leverage in this at all, so he can't leave.
Yeah, and the thing is, too, is that, we keep hearing, and the reports are, and you never really know, that he wants more than DK Metcalf. And, look, that's just not going to happen. He's not going to sign that sort of deal. They came out in the same class, but DK Metcalf is 2 years younger and arguably more dynamic. I think Commanders see him in line with someone like maybe a Cortland Sutton. At best, T. Higgins. T. Higgins makes $28.7 million. McLaurin will make $22.7 million this season. I think the real risk for Terry is, look, he's 31. So do you just play it out, not sign this deal, and then test the free agency market and see if you can get that after this season when you're well into 31? It's a risk. It's a big risk because whatever the Commanders are offering, it's still a ton of money. It's just that, again, we're hearing that he wants more than most teams would say he is worth, even though I think Washington might pay him a little more because of his time here, because he's been a good soldier. But what he's asking for reportedly is a ton.
Yeah, that's what I think. You're right on the money there, in that I think he will get the best deal from Washington because he means more to this franchise. I think that, if he tries to test the waters of free agency, like, they don't have the sentimental bond to Terry McLaurin that the Commanders do. So I think it would be in his best interest to try to work out a deal with the Commanders.
I hope he does. I mean, think about Terry. He wants to be here. Like, he's having to hold in. He's out in the practice. But he is dying to get out there, and yet it just still has not worked out. Coming up next on the show, are the Chiefs going to be boring this season? Boring! That and more next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. I'm so excited for this weekend. Double D. Okay, Double D's sort of excited. He's getting there. It's the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning. I'm Michael Jenkins. He's Chelsea Messenger. We got Denton in studio. We got Double D in Chicago. Dylan in Boston. Dylan, are you still in Boston? Am I making that up? Am I remembering that correctly? He probably doesn't have his camera on. He'll put it in the chat for us because he's a father. He's busy right now. Oh, he says yes. Okay, got that right. Want to make sure everybody got credit here. Also coming up, the teams worth watching and the teams who aren't worth our time in the NFL. God, yesterday, I didn't finish this show until late because we had these delivery guys come in, did a great job, but they were moving in our new bedroom furniture. And I started to get worried because, man, these poor guys. I do not envy, if you are in the moving business, God bless you. I don't know how you do this on a regular basis, but these guys have to go up a small set of steps to get into our condo building, and then up another set of steps to get to our unit. And then once you get inside, they have to turn and go up another long set of steps to get upstairs into our bedroom. So this is a long haul. And these poor guys are in the hallway, and they've got this huge chest of drawers. And all of a sudden, like, Catherine and I have the door open for them. We got them water. We're trying to be as genial as we can be. And all of a sudden, we're sitting in the office working while they're bringing in the furniture, and we hear a guy going, I'm like, what? He's about halfway up. Is he going to make it? And so we both went into the hallway to check on these guys. And they were okay. They made it. But I got triggered by this because years ago, I had a guy lifting a massive piece of granite, like for a tabletop or for our kitchen top in our kitchen. And he and another guy were bringing this granite in, and they dropped it, and it almost sliced off his finger. He had to go to the emergency room immediately. I remember watching and listening to that. It was not great. So thankfully these guys are okay. Got a little dicey there for a while. It was stressful just to listen to. I can't imagine actually doing the work.
Yeah, because it's like lifting heavy things, but also Tetris. Like, you have to fit things into door frames. You have to be like, no, we have to turn it this way. And I think about this type of stuff a lot more as an adult. Like, I feel like when you're a kid, you like don't think about things. But now, like, I walk into my mom's house. She has a grand piano. And I'm thinking to myself, how on earth did they get that in the house? Like, because they didn't build the house around it. So it's this massive white piano that was shipped in from Germany. So obviously it's also very expensive and very breakable. But like, my head spins just thinking about that. Can you imagine moving a piano, a grand piano?
No, I cannot. Also, by the way, and this is related, the lovely Catherine and I were listening to the song your mom wrote, the #1 song for Lee Greenwood the other night. That is such a beautiful song. I'd heard it before. Yeah, we were dancing to it. I'm not even kidding. I mean, it's a slow song, but it's gorgeous. So when you say your mom had a grand piano shipped in, it doesn't entirely surprise me because she's a musician, right?
That's what she bought with her first paycheck.
Oh, wow.
That she is very into piano. Like, she won all these piano contests. She was a session musician before she started writing songs. So she went to Germany to the Bosendorfer plant where they like make grand pianos. It's like the best brand, I guess.
Wow.
And she picked out a piano. But it's crazy because I've never even heard that song entirely.
Really?
I've never heard it once.
You should listen to it.
I feel conflicted because it's about my dad. And then my parents got divorced. So like, it's not like the best memories. Because my mom said she wrote it at the airport when she like kind of figured that their marriage was like falling apart. So it's like one of those things. It's like, it's too personal. Because like, obviously, I still know my parents.
Well,
but
that's true.
I will say this. If you are capable of turning one of your biggest, roadblocks or personal struggles into a success, that is something you can hang your hat on. Right?
I mean, that's how most great music is made, I feel like, or a lot of great music, right? You face something. It could be, some sort of mountain to climb or some sort of heartbreak, and then you feel something you haven't felt before, and so you say, I've got to find a way to articulate this in a way that maybe other people can relate to, and that will help me process it. Like, how am I feeling right now? That's why even therapists will say, well, have you just wrote something down? Have you, if you put this on a piece of paper or type something out so that you know how you feel right now? But I will say, objectively, I mean, this is a beautiful song because you can sort of hear the yearning in it. So, I know it's difficult for you, but, to your mom, like, tip of the cap. It's beautiful.
Well, I mean, she made a lot of money off of it. That's back when, like, songwriters and musicians got paid a lot of money for, like, radio and airplay. Now I think they make money off tours. Like, I think that's it. That's why everybody's touring. But believe it or not, Taylor Swift is not the only songwriter that draws from personal experience. It's been done for a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, all right. Let's write a love letter or maybe a see you later to some of these teams in the NFL. Who are we looking forward to seeing this season? Who do we not want to see? I say this because ESPN released a list yesterday of the most watchable teams in the NFL. Commanders. My voice cracking. Commanders. Number one. The Commanders. Wow. Commanders. Ravens, Lions, Bengals, Eagles. Round out the top 5. 6 is the Falcons.
Right?
Okay. All right, sure. So, what do you think here comes Double D. All right, he's so upset. We're going to get to you in a second. I knew Double D. I was like, that camera's going to pop on in about like that. So when you look at this list, I mean, I went through the entire list yesterday, just looking, going, don't know about that. Okay, agree, disagree. What stood out to you here? Is Washington the most watchable team in the NFL?
I think that's a very easy case to be made because that was when, before I even read the list, I was like, okay, it's going to be the Commanders, probably going to be the Lions, because I will say from an offensive standpoint, over the past couple seasons, the Lions, I feel like, have been the easiest watch in all of football just because they have so many weapons. Maybe you look at Jared Goff and you say, okay, he's not an exciting quarterback, but he gets the ball to exciting players, not named Jared Goff. I think we got to talk about the Falcons one because the intro was like, okay, the components of this are big plays and star players. And then Josh Allen and the Bills are 11.
I know.
Like, I understand the point that he's making because on paper they didn't have as many explosive plays. But when the MVP is playing, it is watchable. That's a game that you turn on. Like, how many casual fans of the NFL, you say, hey, the Bills are playing the Chiefs. How many people are like, ooh, I got to watch that game? When the Falcons are playing the Chiefs, how many people are like, ooh, I got to turn on that game? No. So I don't know if that's like a different metric than what this guy was trying to measure because obviously it's like the most fun teams to watch. And I'm not sure, everybody's definition of that is going to be different. And I respect him for trying to bring numbers into this. But for me, numbers aren't fun. Like, I don't want to do math. For me, it's a gut feeling. And I feel like the Bills should have been higher.
Oh, totally. And here's the thing, too. Like, sometimes numbers don't tell the story, right? Like, there is a visceral thing when it comes to watching a guy like Josh Allen. He's the freaking reigning MVP. So I'm not worried about yards per play or explosive rushing plays or explosive passing plays. I might get a few more when I watch the Falcons. But no, I don't show me Buffalo and the most valuable player in the NFL. All right, Double D. I don't get this. I'm watching the Bills 100 times out of 100, and you have a Falcons hat on. Sweet baby Jesus. This is how I know it's football season. I love it. It's week 0 of college football. NFL's coming up. Double D, you're a Falcons fan. You have the floor.
I'll just say right now that I think it has more to do with maybe the Bijan Robinson factor because he's supposed to have that next step kind of year this year. And it's the intrigue with the whole Michael Penix going deep because he probably throws one of the prettiest deep balls. But I do agree with you guys. I do not think they should be above the Buffalo Bills. Yeah. That's insanity. That is ridiculous. So, and also the Falcons' defense is going to be horrid again this year, so they're going to have to put up a lot of points. So I get it, but not above Buffalo. No.
And also, too, like, I love Bijan, obviously. I mean, he was just unbelievable at Texas when we weren't that good. It was like, well, at least we have this Bijan Robinson cat. What a great, unbelievable. But also, he doesn't get the touches necessarily, because they spread the ball out on that offense. I mean, they're not feeding Bijan, 25, 30 times a game, but they do, work him in the passing game. I get it. It's just that overall, like I said, are you watching the Falcons or the Bills? I'm watching the Bills.
Well, I think a lot of it has to do with their better teams. I want to watch the good teams in the NFL because you can put up 500 yards of offense, but so do teams in the MAC. But I'm not watching them over Ohio State and Texas. You get what I'm saying? And so, if the team is not good, the interest level automatically goes down for me. I don't care how you spin it. People aren't watching the Titans. The only thing you can spin on it is, Will Levis put out a meme a week, and he was on a generational run of terrible plays. But other than that, when teams are bad, it doesn't matter, what the numbers are, unless you are the Cincinnati Bengals, because Joe Burrow obviously has the cool factor. His offense is great. And we're talking about offenses, just one side of the ball. I think the Bengals are probably top 2 in the NFL of offenses that I like watching. Because they talk about offensive wrinkles and all these cool trick plays. But at the end of the day, I want to see Joe Burrow complete a huge pass to Jamar Chase or T. Higgins or whoever. Or, whatever receiver that Joe Burrow is just absolutely lighting it up to. So Joe Burrow also has that, celebrity factor. That's what I think goes into Josh Allen as well, because he is a huge name. He's dating he's married to a Hollywood actress. He's MVP. So, there's a lot of juice in both of those quarterbacks. So, the Bengals are a fun offense to watch. The defense, not so much, but the defense is barely out there. They give up, 3 plays, and the team already scored a touchdown. So...
You know what? This is a quick aside. When you're talking about Joe Burrow, and his Hollywood status, there was a quarterback at Texas in the late 90s. His name was Marty Cherry. He was a 3rd-string quarterback. I got to look this up. It's hard to find information because this is really before the internet. And he got some run in a game, just a little bit of run. I think it was against UCLA or something. He was on the sidelines. He took off his helmet and was so damn good looking, he signed a modeling deal after that. Just from a few seconds being on camera, even though the announcers were whoa, well, that's a good looking young man. And I think you can find a picture too, and you're yeah, I get it. And I remember that everyone was God bless, where'd you come from? No one knows who you are. And you left the team, became a model. Also in this model, the Chiefs are 30th, which is kind of crazy. The Kansas City Chiefs are at 30. I will say, they do have a ton of star power. This is about the numbers, because they were 10-0 in one-score games, bottom 5 in explosive pass rate, bottom 5 in explosive rush rate. But if you're coming to see stars, you can't put the Chiefs at 30.
Yeah, what terrible teams are you watching instead of the Chiefs? Because like it or not, no matter what you say about their offense, you say, oh, they didn't score that much. They're very methodical. It's 3-yard slant passes down the field. It's still Patrick Mahomes. And I think he is still widely regarded as the best quarterback in football. And then you have Travis Kelce and the whole world of Taylor Swift fans that are following his every single move. Then you also have Andy Reid, who is a likable guy. And if we're talking about offensive minds, he's still a very good one. Then you pepper in, Xavier Worthy, who is extremely fast. And always when it's in those goal line situations, you say, where's Xavier Worthy? Because they're going to run some crazy end around, or they're going to write some play for him. So you're right. The Chiefs belong way higher on this list. Maybe they're not in the ranks with the Detroit Lions offense, but still they're a very watchable team. And there's a reason that Roger Goodell gave them a bunch of games. It's not just because they're good. It's because they command an audience.
No, I think that's exactly right. There is something to be said, numbers aside, for just seeing the best to ever do it. And certainly when Kelce retires, you're going to say, yeah, I watched Travis Kelce play. And he's still performing at a high level. Same thing for Patrick Mahomes. Maybe they're not the Chiefs offense from a few years ago, but obviously they're still the Chiefs, which I think is interesting too. How are the Chiefs going to respond from that Super Bowl loss? It's easy to be down on a team when your last memory of them is getting a beat down in the biggest game on the planet. But at the end of the day, I don't think they're going anywhere.
Yeah, it almost feels like those years where people count out Alabama when Nick Saban was still there. Doesn't it have that feeling where it's whoo boy, you're going to underestimate them. Good luck, because I bet this offseason is going to be an absolute grind for those players. Like, Patrick Mahomes is a motivated guy, and plus he's still very, very good. No matter what his weapons are around him. Like, remember that year where his receivers were dropping every single thing at the end of games? They won a Super Bowl that year, didn't they? So, like, it wasn't last year, it was the year before. So it's just one of those teams that, like, if you underestimate them, good luck, because they've proven people wrong before.
Also, before we go to break here, the Jags are at 8. Jacksonville at number 8.
Jags fans don't even want to watch.
Yeah, they're like, no, we're not. 8. You sure? You sure about that? You sure about that? Coming up with the show, how about we go to the college game? The SEC making changes to its schedule, and it's going to make things even tougher, believe it or not. That is next here on the Daily Tip.
Kate Constable, Bet Sweats here. Friday morning at 9:20 Eastern. Matthew Stafford's back is an issue. What it means for the Rams' future on the next Bet Sweats.
BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Hey, welcome back on a Friday. It's a Friday morning good time edition and a football Friday. Been waiting to say that all summer. It is a daily tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. My partner in crime is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, getting to the gauntlet of the SEC just got a little bit tougher. But I did want to throw in something that just kind of has gotten lost in the mix, which we talked about it yesterday. But even on the front page of ESPN, nothing about the Tour Championship. The end of the year in golf, where Scottie Scheffler is right behind Russell Henley. Russell Henley was amazing yesterday. He's at -9, shot a 61, made 207 feet of putts yesterday in the opening round. The most at East Lake since 2004. Knocked in putts from 42 feet, 45 feet, and 37 feet. And yet, if you go online, this is a wasteland. Football season is here, and listen, I understand it, but it's amazing that this is such a huge event, and it was just, I'm searching for stories about the Tour yesterday.
Yeah, I think this is where Scottie Scheffler's dominance kind of goes against the sport. You know, as when people were watching Tiger Woods, it felt like a thing where you wanted to watch every weekend. And I'm not saying that we don't watch, because we absolutely had this on in our household. But Tiger Woods was such a cultural phenomenon that I think there was another layer there. And plus, like, even the biggest, like, cultural phenomenon still doesn't compete with football. Like, it's wild the behemoth that the NFL is, even for preseason games. Because, you know, we were talking about this for golf, but I think this also applies to the WNBA. Remember in the middle of summer where everybody was talking about the WNBA? Yeah. And I understand we've had some injuries with Caitlin Clark, with Sophie Cunningham. But still, it's like, poof, it's gone. Like, nobody's trying to even attempt to talk about the WNBA anymore, because we got to talk about football. We got college football. We've got the NFL. So it's just one of those things where it feels like that meme of, like, the guy who's, like, unsuspecting, and then it's some wrestler. I think it's maybe The Undertaker that's, like, right behind him. Yeah. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes,
that meme?
Exactly. Yeah.
Where it's like they're not suspecting, but, like, the NFL is just looming, and it consumes all.
Yeah, it's crazy. Because I was like, all right, Michael, let's hear somewhere. And I was like, no, that's just not. And the crazy thing about this, because you mentioned Scottie Scheffler, is that Russell Henley was so great yesterday, and yet Scottie Scheffler's like 2 strokes behind. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Russell Henley is just knocking in putts from all over the place, having an insane round. Again, a 61. And then you're like, oh, yeah, I had the round of my life, one of the best rounds I've ever played. And Scottie's just 2 strokes back. Like, mentally, that has to be just demoralizing.
Well, yeah, because if Scottie Scheffler's on his game, like, you ain't beating him. Because that was the thing yesterday about putting, is that Scottie Scheffler had a great day putting as well. For the first time in his career, he made 3 putts outside 25 feet in a single round. So I know Russell Henley had the round of his life, but if Scottie Scheffler's on his game like that, you think you're going to beat him in 4 rounds?
Nope.
I think not. And I would imagine the odds makers still have Scottie Scheffler as the overwhelming favorite.
Is Jake going to get up early? I think the guys go off at 8 o'clock this morning in the East, 7 o'clock your time. Is Jake going to be like, oh, man, I had a whole pizza last night. I'm going to watch some golf this morning.
He did have a whole pizza last
night. There you go. Okay.
I don't think he'll wake up extra early for this, because he already has to wake up earlier than usual to get Blake ready for school, because we are, doing a little change, because it used to be where he could sleep in till 10:30 every day. But now, since I do this show, he has to wake up a little bit earlier, like 7:30, and start getting Blake ready for school. Oh, so the days of sleeping in are over. I'm sure he'll have it on while he's getting Blake ready. But it's not like the Open or the Masters. Like, he would definitely, like, make a point to watch that in the morning. I don't think the Tour Championship moves the needle as much for him.
Fair enough. Also, if you're curious about the odds, about MGM, Scottie Scheffler plus 110. Russell Henley is 4-1. Tommy Fleetwood 10-1. Rory is 12-1. Plus 110 for Scottie is just stupid. Yesterday in the SEC, it was announced that they are going with a 9-game conference schedule in 2026, and the commish, Greg Sankey, explained the entire process on the Paul Feinbaum Show.
Well, We didn't talk about it last week when you and I were together. So as we think about the journey, that would be one step. I'll go back to this week in 2021. So late August 2021, it was our first meeting of the SEC athletics directors after the announcement of our growth to 16 with Oklahoma and Texas. From the start, we talked about moving towards a single division, the opportunity to see teams go through our towns more frequently so our fans could experience all 16 teams. You'll recall in the division format at 14, it took 12 years to cycle through. In fact, we had schools in the 12-year cycle because we disrupted that before the 12 years were up that didn't make trips one place or another. It took a while, a lot of factors involved. I've talked about, bowl eligibility, the CFP, and some of the work by the CFP so far this year is progress. It's not a destination, but the honoring of schedule strength that's been communicated is really important for the Southeastern Conference. Being leaders in college football, continuing to play games against non-conference opponents at a high level in addition to the 9 games. I think that's a representation of fulfilling that leadership responsibility. That's not something that's done every place. Not everyone agrees. I'm certain that our coaches are concerned about the competitive aspect. We've got to continue to improve the selection process for the postseason. Yet when you factor that in along with our media relationship with ESPN, what we experienced from viewership last year, Paul, when you go back to the COVID year where we played conference-only games and had the highest viewership consumption on the SEC network because every one of those games were great games, a lot of lessons that also set us up for future decision-making and future opportunities. Those are but some of the factors that brought us to this conclusion.
I have to say, I'm a little surprised here because the SEC is not necessarily a conference that wants to make it tougher on itself. Like for years, and I'm glad I didn't put this in because it's such a good point. They've done this, forever, where, late November, just before rivalry week, it is these big names against these super small schools. Like this year, most of these games are on November 22nd. Bama plays Eastern Illinois. Georgia plays Charlotte. LSU plays Kentucky, okay. Auburn plays Mercer. Tennessee plays New Mexico State on November 15th. So there's these games where right in the middle of the season or closer to the end, we see these huge blowouts before rivalry week. And now the gauntlet is going to get harder in the SEC.
Yeah, I know that was a very long quote from Greg Sankey, and I felt like I was back in college, like trying to focus. But this is big news, and it feels like I'm following like a Game of Thrones style battle between the Big Ten and the SEC. And now it feels like the SEC has the upper hand when it comes to the college football playoff because you can look at the strength of schedule and say, hey, we didn't play a bunch of cupcakes. And in fact, we played all these SEC teams. This is a gauntlet of a schedule because it's not just making them play 9 conference games. They also have to play another high quality opponent where it's somebody from a Power 5 conference either at the start of the year or somewhere peppered in there. So these schedules are going to be real tough. So I think the thing is, if these teams survive this gauntlet of a schedule, they're going to have a very good argument to get multiple teams into this college football playoff, whatever format we see in the next few years. Here's the other thing I was wondering. Why do you think they did this now? It makes me think that something else is in the works, right? It feels like this is something they did for a future format or a future change to the college football playoff that maybe they haven't announced yet. So I think this is really big news, and it could be a sign of even bigger news to come.
Don't you think? My speculation is they're just getting ready for a bigger playoff.
So the thought has always been that the other conferences, specifically the Big Ten, have been like, we're not bending to your will until you add that 9th conference game. So whatever you want to pitch to us in terms of the college football playoff, you don't get to do that if you're playing Chattanooga in November. So you got to get them off the schedule.
Fair. And the SEC, of course, is going to add a game, and they're not going to take away Chattanooga. They're going to take away an easy dub. It's like, all right, well, the compromise is we'll add a game, but we're not taking away these easy wins. And also, to Denton's point, which is a very good one, there's no question that the Big Ten and the SEC are working in simpatico here, even if it's behind the scenes. Like, we're going to get this dumb 2016 playoff or whatever it is. Like, that's coming, which I'm going to hate because it's going to devalue a lot of the excitement we see in the regular season. These matchups that will, ironically, mean more or do now, but they won't because the playoff will be expanded. It'll be like, well, it really doesn't matter now because you'll get in as team number 20 or 22 or whatever. But ultimately, I think Denton's right. This is just a small token to the Big Ten so that eventually they can come together, play one another during the regular season, or expand the playoff together.
Well, also, I think for the SEC, it means that the SEC teams are not going to get a break from like the toughest teams in the conference because you got to play almost everybody, right? As opposed to the Big Ten, where we see like some of the arguments for some of the teams in the Big Ten to like make it to the college football playoff is you look at their schedule and they avoid some of the biggest teams, or at least they play them at home. So I think, this is a token in the SEC's favor, as far as like all of our teams have really tough schedules. You can look at some teams in the Big Ten and be like, I don't know about that schedule. They have like maybe one or two games that might be tough. The SEC can now say, hey, top to bottom, we've got the strongest schedules. We've got the strongest conference. So I do think that they're going to have more ammo in future arguments against the Big Ten.
Yeah, I think so as well. But they are coming together. And it's just amazing, the power shift. Someone suggested to me a few days ago, and I thought this was interesting, is that, these punitive penalties have been put on Michigan in the Big Ten, obviously, and Michigan is going to fight these, and that could potentially bankrupt the NCAA. At some point, the NCAA is going away. Like, we're already seeing its diminished value, and these power conferences, specifically the Big Ten, the SEC, are going to take over, and it's only a matter of time. Every time they do this, like they're just doing this because they can, they're the ones deciding the playoff, and increasingly the NCAA slowly shrinking into the background. Coming up next, Week 0 is here, but not before we tell you our favorites in the Big 12. It is a Football Friday, and Hour 2 is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
And Dad, don't forget about me, the Donkster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Hour 2 of the Daily Tip starts right now on the BetMGM network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. Over the next hour, here's what you can expect from us. We're going to start with a Big 12 preview. Pay attention because we do have Iowa State and K-State playing this weekend in Ireland. They're two of the top contenders. Plus, this is a really exciting conference, in my opinion, just simply because it feels like it's anybody's race. At 7:20, we go on to our daily baseball bets. And then at 7:40, it's back to college football as Cole Thompson of the SEC Unfiltered show on Sports Talk 790 in Houston stops by to talk all things SEC. It's all next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. All right, Jank, so the big deal on social media yesterday was all about Cracker Barrel. And I feel very qualified to talk about this because, you know, I go to Cracker Barrel all the time. Cracker Barrel was founded just down the road in Lebanon, Tennessee, about 20 minutes from where I live. And I feel like for the longest time, you see all these brands and rehashings, you know, of restaurants and stores, and Cracker Barrel was standing firm. And most of the stuff was based on, hey, we're an old country store. We're based, you know, on nostalgia and all these things. But now they've changed their logo and they're doing this big rebrand where they're modernizing their look, they're simplifying their stores, and they're taking some of the nostalgia out of things. And as you know, people on the internet tend to do, there was a huge deal about it. And I said to myself, okay, this is a social media problem. This is something that people who never go to Cracker Barrel care about, but not the actual people that go there. You know, if you're eating there, you probably care more about the food. But there was a real ramification as Cracker Barrel in the stock market took an absolute nosedive, losing almost $100 million in value, because I think it signifies that they're going away from the things that have made them insanely popular. So, Jenks, I know you're super into stocks. Did this story interest you?
Yeah, I thought it was. I always think it's very interesting when any company decides to rebrand and what goes into that rebranding, and is it smart? Does it work? I mean, number one, people don't generally like change, and I understand that. I'm one of them. But also, there are certain brands that have an association that is iconic, that really has nothing to do with the product itself. Like, Nike is a good example. What if they took away the swoosh? You'd be like, are you serious? What are you doing? Like this is Nike. It's one of the most famous, most iconic logos in the history of business. You'd be like, and the shoes could change and be different. They could go in a different direction. Marketing-wise, it wouldn't matter because it would take away that feeling or something that you so strongly associate with the brand, like the golden arches at McDonald's. If they took those away, you'd be like, you got to be kidding me. It's McDonald's. What are you doing? So it's more of a feeling than anything else. And I think with Cracker Barrel, it's the same thing. So you could certainly pivot the product, pivot your menu. But when you see that sign, it is iconic, right? Like, you know exactly what it looks like. You could probably describe it or get close to it. And it engenders a certain feeling. So I don't necessarily think it's about what they're offering. It's about what you so strongly associate with the brand that you appreciate.
Right. And it makes me think they're going to do other wild things, you know, because if it was just a logo, okay, it's not a big deal, but they're changing the look of their stores. They're changing the menu, which they have quietly been doing for quite some time. As somebody who goes there almost every Sunday, they have added alcohol. They've added iced coffee, which I think are necessary. Like, you can do that and still have your core value and your core principle of being like, hey, we're not like the other restaurants. We are rooted, you know, in, you know, the history and whatever. It's like going to your grandma's house and getting a home cooked meal. So I don't understand why you would try to be like the other restaurants when setting yourself apart. Like, I feel like I'm a Disney movie right now. Setting yourself apart is what makes you special, right? Because, like, do you just want to be a Chili's?
Well, I think too is that, outrage online isn't necessarily well, it's ridiculous. It isn't always indicative of what's happening. And I think too, like, look, when I saw this, I'm like, why would you change the logo? At the same time, you have to, if you're talking about a business, you have to look at the financials. Like, are they making money? Are they losing money? Are they evolving with the times, or are we so just enraptured with this, this idea of what Cracker Barrel should be that we'll just go down with the ship? At some point, businesses do have to evolve. Now, you have to evolve in the right way. I mean, Gap tried to change its logo a few years ago, and within 5 or 6 days had to change it back. Cost them tens of millions of dollars because people hated it, and it was a bad rebrand. People were like, what the hell is this? But businesses like Chili's or TGI Fridays, they're struggling to succeed. I'm not necessarily putting Cracker Barrel in that boat, but you do have to evolve at some point or you die.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, some of the comments are just, like, wild, where they're like, that man in the logo is racist. I'm like, it's not even a real person. Like, what are you even talking about? So, like, you get what I'm saying is that, like, people online are, like, unhinged, and it feels like they make these huge leaps. And sometimes I think these CEOs and people who are sitting at the big, long tables see stuff like that, and their brain gets warped. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you're changing for what? So I don't know. We'll see if Cracker Barrel makes it through all this chaos. But in the meantime, I'll still be eating there because, listen, I can go there and get a sit-down meal for less than it costs to go eat at Chick-fil-A. I will say this. Maybe they'll have to raise their prices after all this, but they have a lot of good meals that you can get for like $8.99. And it's a full meal, and you get biscuits and cornbread with it, even at the start of your meal. So we go to Cracker Barrel a lot. I will continue to eat there. So do you think this should change my opinion?
Wow. You know what? If anybody criticizes you, just say, see you at the buffet, and just walk on off. That's what you do. They have a buffet there at Cracker Barrel? I don't think they do they?
No, they
don't.
don't.
Golden Corral.
Also, I feel like the main demographic for Cracker Barrel are not like the super online people. Or they're like on Facebook.
1,000%.
And this news will reach them about 6 months from now.
Right. Well, what's going to happen is right now, the people that go to Cracker Barrel on a regular basis, like, they're going to put up this new sign, and then about 6 or 7 months after the sign is up, they're going to be like, now, Sue, did they change the sign? When did that happen? I like the old one better. Let's go inside. It probably won't be a big deal. But, you have to evolve or die sometimes.
It's funny, like, what the popular social media story of the day is, though. Because, like, it's wild to me how many people who never eat at Cracker Barrel had, like, a huge opinion on this. I'm like, go away. You never eat her anyway. She doesn't even go here. All right, Jenks. So let's get back to some college football because it is week 0 in college football. So we need to get the people ready for some betting action. All right. So everybody talks about the Big Ten and the SEC, and it feels like they get the lion's share of the conversations. But you could bet on other conferences. In fact, I think you could probably argue that there is more value in betting on some of these other conferences because, number one, they don't get as much action. So the lines sometimes aren't quite as sharp. And number two, there's a lot more parity. Like, it doesn't feel like, 1 or 2 teams that can win the conference, and that is reflected by the odds when it comes to the Big 12. It's the only conference in college football with more than 4 teams with odds 8-1 or shorter, which means, there are several teams that could win it. So here are your favorites. Arizona State at plus 550, Texas Tech plus 550, Utah plus 550 as well. Then it's K-State at 6-1, Baylor plus 650, and TCU 8-1. Iowa State just out of those top favorites at 12-1. So I think this is a really interesting conference. And remember, if you're a big fan of Cam Scatterbo and Arizona State, I know, Jenks, that made you a little nervous as a Texas fan last year. I don't know. I just want to take a moment and remember that run that Arizona State had because what a moment it was for that team. But Cam Scatterbo obviously not returning for that team. But Arizona State still has a lot of pieces returning. So it's very understandable to me that Arizona State is the favorite here. I know Texas Tech has gotten a lot of money recently.
Yeah.
Jenks, have you been following this? I don't know if this is the year for Texas Tech, but I think in the next few years, they're definitely going to be making some waves because they have been pouring a ton of money into NIL deals.
Yeah, it's Cody Campbell and his partner, and Cody played offensive line at Tech, and so they are head of the Double Eagle Energy Company in Texas. And what they do is they have these tracts of land which have tons of oil wells on them, and then sell them to other companies. They've done this for years. Just made another sell and they're just making millions and millions of dollars hand over fist. And Campbell has said, we're going to spend as much as any other school in college football, not just in the Big 12. Like, their roster right now is worth about $25 million. They pulled together a top 10 class in the portal. So you're going to see Texas Tech start to be a force. I think they're going to be a force this season as well. It wouldn't surprise me if Texas Tech by the end of the season is a top 10 team. Now, I will say that they suffered a really bad injury because Taj Brooks was the transfer from USC who came in at running back, and he was supposed to be their bell cow this season but suffered an ACL injury a couple of weeks ago. But yeah, if you look at the facilities and the money that Texas Tech is pouring into its program, it's all this Texas oil money, and it is millions upon millions of dollars.
Right, and they don't have to play in the SEC. And here's the thing. There will be teams from other conferences that are in the college football playoff. Yeah. So it's not just going to be the Big Ten SEC challenge like people kind of make it out to be. So that's why I think it's important to look at some of these other conferences and say, okay, which team has a chance to win their conference and go to the college football playoff? Because at least they have a ticket to the dance. All right, so if you're wondering, we do have some action between Kansas State and Iowa State, and I think Kansas State is one of those teams that certainly has a great chance to win the Big 12. If you look simply from the returning starters, Avery Johnson is a dual threat quarterback that was really good last year. And I think for that reason, like a little tease, I think I'm going to be on K-State later today when we preview that game. But Kansas State has been a stalwart in the Big 12. 3 straight seasons with 9+ wins. And going back to Avery Johnson, I read an article on ESPN that ranked the most impactful returning starters in the country, and they ranked Avery Johnson as the 7th most impactful player in the country. So I understand like the SEC and Big Ten get all these headlines, but there are other impact players in other conferences, and Avery Johnson is one of those. Plus, they have Dylan Edwards returning at running back, set K-State bowl records by rushing for 196 yards in their bowl game last season. So I think K-State certainly deserves to be up there. But, Jenks, do you have a strong feeling about like one of these several contenders? Because from a handicap standpoint, it's difficult when it feels like all these horses are, at the same distance. Yeah. But from a betting standpoint, maybe this is when you say, okay, Baylor or K-State are 4th on the odds list, but they certainly have a striking chance of winning. Like maybe this is where you get value.
Yeah, it's crazy, too, because it's going to be hyper competitive. I mean, Arizona State, Texas Tech, Utah, all at plus 550. Kansas State 6-1, Baylor plus 650. I mean, you've got all of these teams right there near the top that you can make a case for. I like Arizona State a lot. I think Texas Tech probably has the highest ceiling. But the thing is that, yes, they've spent all this money, but that doesn't necessarily translate into wins, right? Sometimes it does. Sometimes it doesn't. We saw this at Texas A&M. They tried this experiment a couple of years ago, and it flamed out in a big way. They're trying it again this year. They're once again breaking out a ton of money. But that doesn't always create results on the field because if you don't have the culture to go with it, then all of a sudden there's jealousy and there could be, locker room comparisons, all those things. But I like the Sun Devils, and I'm really interested in what Kenny Dillingham is going to do. Yes, Scadaboo is gone, but they replaced him in Kanye Udo from Army. And, he wasn't a bigger name in the transfer portal, but averaged more than 6 yards per game last season. He's got some speed, but he's more of a violent runner than anything else. They've also got Sam Levitt back, who I think is probably the best quarterback in the conference. So coaching is huge for me. And again, Dillingham is right there near the top when you talk about the great college football coaches or the better college football coaches. And he does have some talent coming back, particularly at quarterback. So I do like Arizona State, even though they're one of the favorites at plus 550.
Yeah, I think if you're talking about coaching and if coaching matters at all, you have to talk about Utah at least a little bit.
That's true.
I'm not super sold on their offense, are on their, I think it's flip-flop. Usually their defense is really good, but this year they have questions on their defense and their offense looks better. But Kyle Whittingham is in his 22nd season. But it does feel like they are kind of a media darling. Like last year they were picked to finish first in the Big 12. And what's crazy about the media, they clearly do not have a great handle, or this conference is just bananas. Because
Right.
guess who was picked to finish last year? Arizona State.
Yeah.
They went to the college football playoff. Like, if you're a media member, you're like, uh-oh, I probably need to do my research a little bit more before picking, the conference. But that's kind of how the Big 12 feels. It just feels like a big jumble, and there could be a lot of betting value and maybe going further down the list when picking a winner. All right, coming up next, we switch gears to baseball. Our daily baseball plays come your way next here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Time to talk some baseball. I understand that it's football season, but baseball is still going on, and you can still make money on it every single day. So we will be talking about our daily baseball bets here in a minute here on the show. All right, Jenks. So in the history of baseball, we've had a ton of guys that have really fun nicknames. And now we have another guy adding to the ranks as the Red Sox have called up their prospect. And let me have a second to make sure I pronounce this right.
Okay.
His name is Joe Garcia, and his nickname is The Password. Please tell me you've seen this guy's name. It is an absolute disaster trying to read it. It is JHOSTYNXON. So people have said that this looks like it could be a password, for your, bank account, whatever, because it's such a weird thing. Like, as somebody who, I always enjoyed English and Latin roots, I don't know where this name came from, but anytime that there is several consonants in a row without any vowels, I'm just like, what am I supposed to do with that? So the password has officially been called up to the Red Sox. I feel bad for opposing announcers who have not seen this name.
I feel bad for him. Like, imagine trying to explain this name growing up to someone. I mean, this is wild. Joe Stinson. Okay.
Yes.
Joe Stinson.
I had to focus on that.
Joe Stinson. So I'm looking at this. I'm like, maybe I'll need to learn this at some point. It's like when Giannis came out and I was like, Antetokounmpo,
Yes.
Antetokounmpo. I had to learn that because it just took forever. This is another one of those. Joe Stinson. Okay. Well, the password is a great nickname, though. It's pretty awesome, I have to say.
Well, and plus, people want to say that more than Joe Stinson, because visually, I think it's just your brain's like, no, we're not going to try to say
Hard
that.
Pass.
So I think a lot of people are just going to call him the Password Garcia. And apparently he has a brother who also plays baseball, and they call him the Username. And his name is Johan Fran. Don't know where that came from either.
Good Lord. It'd be awesome if his name were Fred or something. Like, his brother gets this crazy name, and then his sibling is Bill or Fred or Tom or something simple. The password and the username. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I think maybe he needs to pull a Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, and the other brother's like, yeah, my name's just Pat. Just call me Pat.
Just call me Pat. Joe's fine. Joe's fine. You meet people like that every now and then. You find out their real name is something else. I mean, not all the time, but we were walking by our neighbors the other day, and I've been in the neighborhood forever, on a block forever. And so finally, Donna was like, honey, when are you guys going to get married? And we're like, it's actually happening in April. And she goes, I'm so sorry. What? It's Kathy, Kat? And Kathy's like, no, Catherine. It's Catherine. And Donna was like, oh, girl, I'm sorry. It's Catherine. And so every time we walk by now, Donna will be like, hello, Michael and Catherine. She makes sure she spells it out or says it, the long way as opposed to cutting it short. So that's pretty funny. But you never know. Sometimes, even with friends of mine, it's rare, but every now and then you're like, wait a second, your actual name is longer than this, or it's something different, or you've gone by your middle name this entire time. So it does happen.
That would be weird if Catherine went by Kathy. I feel like she needs to be at least 60 years old to go by Kathy. I don't think I know a single Kathy anymore. I think of that cartoon that used to be in the newspaper of you know what I'm talking about? Kathy? That was like, arg! That's all I think of.
Please freeze, Chelsea. That was really good, Kathy, actually. I remember that. Well done. I know exactly what you're talking about.
I think she said ack. Didn't she say ack? She said some weird thing. Yes. God, we're old. Yeah, Kathy. It doesn't feel like it has a sexy connotation. I don't think of a Sports Illustrated swimsuit model named Kathy.
Well,
I just don't.
The only sexy Kathy that I know, and Double D obviously knows, is Kathy Bates. Talk about her.
Obviously.
Or Kathy
when I
Griffin.
think of,
oh, man.
Not helping yourself there, brother.
No.
When I think of swimsuit issue, I think of Kathy Bates and Kathy Griffin. Go ahead and get that image.
We need Kathy Ireland. That's the best Kathy. There you go. It's the last Kathy standing.
The last Kathy. That sounds like it should be a show on Oxygen or something. All right, Jenks. So I mentioned that we were going to get to our baseball bet. So let's do it now. If you're betting on baseball, you might as well go to BetMGM and get your free boost token. Swing big on your next MLB parlay. Use this parlay boost token to score a higher payout if your baseball parlay hits, only at BetMGM. All right, Jenk. So I feel like a key theme for me in betting on baseball is the circle of trust. We've talked about it a lot. And when I was looking at the slate yesterday, when I was at my daughter's softball practice, one of the Mount Rushmores of circle of trust pitchers is pitching today. So let's start with Nathan Eovaldi and the Rangers. And this price did make me sad because I was like, oh, can we get the Rangers for minus 155? We can't. It's minus 175. And I would imagine this price might have gone up at some places. No, it's still 175 over at BetMGM. So I was trying to find a way to play this because I think when you start handicapping, it's a really good place to start with the starting pitcher, and especially these guys who have a large sample size of work and they have proven trustworthy. Nathan Eovaldi this year is 11-3 with a 1.76 ERA. Plus, I feel like the Rangers, their offense has come around just a bit. As somebody who used to bet on Rangers unders, hasn't been quite as much the trend anymore. But today they're playing the Guardians. Guardians plus 145 if you're interested. Slade Ciccone is going for Cleveland. He is 5-6 with a 4.40 ERA, total of 7.5 in this one. So, Jenks, shall I find a way to play the Rangers? Do we go Rangers run line in the full game? Do we go Rangers in the first 5 on the run line for minus 125? Or do you say, Chelsea, that is too steep of a price, you need to look elsewhere?
Why do you play the Rangers' first 5 run line minus 125? I will say, minus 175, I am not one to advocate laying big numbers, but the Rangers have won 8 straight when Eovaldi starts. Slade Ciccone has been bad in August. I would say you go, you know what? I don't want to say parlay it. Sometimes minus 175 is worth the price. You have to find a special exception, but I feel like this is it. Again, 8 straight for Eovaldi and the Rangers. But first 5 run line, minus 125. Neither of these teams are really good in the first 5, like Cleveland away from home, bottom 5 in baseball. Texas at home, bottom 5 in baseball in the first 5. But Ciccone in August is Slade is 0-3 with an ERA of 8.56. So you might just need a couple runs in the first 5, and the Rangers get you the dub.
Yeah, I think that's the way I'm going to play it. Rangers' first 5 run line is minus 125. If you look at BetMGM, that is the overwhelming majority of bets right now. The Rangers getting 93% of the run line bets in the first 5 innings. And I think that is a vow of trust in Nathan Eovaldi. So I think that's going to make the card for me in some way, shape, form, or fashion. All right, Jenks, let's go on to the Cardinals and the Rays. Tampa Bay minus 130 home favorites here. St. Louis plus 110. Total of 9 runs. Miles Mikolas goes for St. Louis. He is 6-9. Nice. With a 4.99 ERA. Adrian Hauser goes for Tampa Bay. 6-4 with a 2.67 ERA. Do you have a play for us in this one?
I do, but to get it, we got to go to the sports basement.
It's the Sports Basement.
Hey, Mom! The meatloaf! We want it now!
All right. Great to be back on a Friday. Hey, I know it's a football Friday, but I want to talk a little baseball. And before that, though, didn't we have a crazy segment in our last segment about Golden Corral? Todd says the buttermilk biscuits are overrated, and I thought Becky was going to lose her mind when we were talking about that because she worked at Golden Corral 2 years ago, and she used to make those biscuits by hand. So, Todd, I want to say it. I know it's live radio. I don't want to get crazy, but you're not getting any tonight, buddy. None, buddy. You better fire up some TNA or something. Forget it, man. You had Becky heated. All right, so betting-wise, we got the Cards and the Rays tonight. We've got Miles Mikolas and Adrian Hauser. Hauser? I barely know her. All right. Don't at me. It's a classic. It's a classic. Had to be done. So I'm just gonna go with the Rays, and then I'm grabbing those biscuits, Todd.
I know I need to go along with the joke here, but Jenks, it's Cracker Barrel. I don't know what's the guy's name? Golden Corral does not have biscuits. As somebody who eats,
they don't have biscuits. Oh no,
they have the yeast rolls, which are very good as well. And if you ever need a breakdown of chain restaurants' selection of breads, I am your girl because I know all of them. And listen, the people here in Hendersonville, Tennessee, Texas Roadhouse has those yeast rolls as well, and that line is always out the door. So at Cracker Barrel, it is the cornbread and the biscuits. At Golden Corral, it is yeast rolls. How about that for analysis?
I'll tell you what, that's some serious bread analysis. You've got every chain down. And also Texas Roadhouse, I feel like, is your sneaky favorite in the first place.
Well, I never get to eat there. It's too busy. It's like that hot club that I'm like too old to get into. Like, so I just daydream about one day finally entering the doors at Texas Roadhouse. So maybe one day, Jenks, a girl can dream. All right, so let's get on with the rest of the slate. See if we can find some other winners. So for me, the Rangers game caught my eye first. But if we're talking about circle of trust pitchers, like Logan Webb used to wear that crown for the Giants. He's 11-9 this year with a 3.19 ERA, but he's facing the Brewers. Do I really want to fade the Brewers? Probably not. The team that scorched Paul Skeens for bad starts and 2 starts this year. I feel like if you can hit Paul Skeens, you can hit just about anybody. Milwaukee's starting Jose Quintana here, 10-4 with a 3.32 ERA. Milwaukee minus 175, though. San Francisco plus 145, total of 8.5 runs. Jenks, did you find a play in this one? Or do you just see the Brewers, you're like, oh, well, I can't fade them, but I can't play them because it's minus 175, and Logan Webb's still a good pitcher.
Yeah, maybe go with the under here. Is that what you do? I think maybe that's the call.
Good.
Yeah, I think that's probably what I go with. Logan Webb's super trustworthy, but also he's much more trustworthy in San Francisco.
At home.
Yeah, like that's when you really want to back him because it's such a pitcher's park, and also he's been so good there this season. But at the same time, I just worry about those Brewers bats, which I can't believe I'm saying, but Milwaukee has just been so good. I wish this price were a little bit cheaper. Like if it were a touch cheaper, then I'd probably, like in the 160s, then I'd go Milwaukee. And I can't believe we were able to get them over the past couple days at plus money. But yeah, I think I would lean to the under here, but on the money line, maybe a tad too expensive.
I think usually you can sell me on Giants unders, but obviously you want that to be in San Francisco because that's when it's really good. Not just, for Logan Webb, but whoever's pitching is that the Giants normally are an under team, and that is a pitcher-friendly ballpark. So the Giants, I don't know. They've been flailing as of late. You could probably make a case for the Brewers on the run line, but again, if Logan Webb is pitching, it's not my favorite play. San Francisco just 2-10 in their last 12 games, so not the best stretch that the Giants have been on. All right, Jenks, free roll here. Is there any game that you think we should talk about? I saw that you finally won a bet against the Rockies.
Yeah.
You fading them again today, or is there something else that caught your eye?
Oh, yeah, I'm definitely fading the Rockies today. I mean, how can I not? First of all, they have to travel, which I think is a factor here. I know they played yesterday afternoon against the Dodgers in Denver, but they have to go out here on the East Coast and take on the Giants, or the Pirates, I should say.
Pirates.
You got Antonio Senzatella on the mound for Colorado, and, man, he's just been so bad. Like, he's actually worse away from home than he is in Denver, which is saying something. Like, 1-8 on the road this season. And Braxton Ashcraft is going for the Buccos. 3-2, 3.02 ERA. So, look, I'm not one to bet on the Pirates on a regular basis because there's always the possibility that their bats could go ice cold. But when the Pirates are laying $1.90, that this is a massive mismatch. I would probably take the Pirates and think, in fact, I will take the Pirates on the first 5 run line. Not going to play them on the full game run line. You could also play Pirates -1. I'm telling you, I'm going to get more into these -1, -2 bets maybe just at the end of the season and kind of test those out. But yeah, I would fade the Rockies again here.
I agree with you, but I think that price on the Pirates, like, that's a no dog for me. Like, the Pirates are still not a trustworthy team. Like, I understand it, and I do think Antonio Cinzatelli is going to give up some runs. Maybe you just play his earned runs prop. But again, do you want to trust the Pirates offense? So I am fully into fading the Rockies, but against the Pirates, like, it's not my favorite play of the day. Some other interesting ones. The Astros finally scored some runs yesterday against the Orioles, beat them 7-2. Today, they're underdogs to the Orioles with Cade Povich on the mound for the Orioles, who's 2-6 with a 4.98 ERA. I understand that Lance McCullers Jr. does not have good numbers this year. He has a 6.90 ERA. I think eventually he probably figures things out. I would not play the Orioles as favorites. They have not had a good record as favorites this year. I think the Astros get them today. So if you're looking for a dog, do like the Astros. All right, coming up next, time to talk some SEC football as Cole Thompson joins us from 790 in Houston. It's next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Kate Constable, Bet's What's Here, Friday morning at 9:20 Eastern. Matthew Stafford's back is an issue. What it means for the Rams' future on the next Bet's What's.
Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
That's right. We're back. And you know it's football season when people are stirring the pot with SEC fan bases. Jenks, I was just thinking about this because I was like looking at social media or something. And somebody I know is a political reporter. And I was like, wow, she gets like all these comments and engagements because she works in a field where people have really strong opinions. And then I thought for a second, I was like, Chelsea, you work in a field where people have really strong opinions. Because I don't know if you've listened to the Paul Feinbaum show, but you would think that SEC football is a religion. You would think this was life or death on the line. So college football season is upon us, and so is pot stirring season. Which is the funnest game to play with people that you know that go to a rival school.
Oh, yeah. That's awesome. I mean, we'll have plenty of moments here, especially as we get close to rivalry week. You don't even need rivalry week. Like, sometimes you just hate a school for a particular reason, or you had a bad interaction with their fans, or you see how someone is acting online. I mean, that's part of the fun, obviously within reason, but that's what makes college football so great. I think it's even more so than the NFL in that area.
Oh, I think people live and die with their college football teams more so than the NFL. And maybe it's because I don't live in a great NFL city. Like, you could probably make a good argument about like Steelers fans or some franchise that has like a long and proud history. But like, as somebody who lives in SEC country, like, these people are crazy. And I call them crazy, but I do the same thing. And I'm not even from an SEC school. Like, I went to NC State, and you will never catch me rooting for Mitch Trubisky, for Sam Howell, anybody who went to UNC with the exception of Michael Jordan. I ain't rooting for that person. I'm just not. Because I went to NC State, and that's our rival.
That's the way it should be. I mean, whenever you mention Texas A&M on this show, we see the reaction. I vomit in my mouth, I have to swallow. It's kind of gross, but that's the way it is, you know? Or Oklahoma. I mean, my God. I mean, what's the joke? Why hasn't Texas fallen into the Gulf of Mexico? Because Oklahoma sucks. You know, it's like keeping Texas right there. Yeah, I hate the Sooners too. I'm ready for football is what I'm trying to say.
Hell yeah. We're all ready. All right, so let's bring in Cole Thompson now. He is the host of SEC Unfiltered and a host on Sports Talk 790 in Houston. So, Cole, let's continue this conversation. Which fan base is the easiest to rile up where you work?
Now for the world of the SEC, by the way, the joke is it's whatever time you want and Oklahoma still sucks. We'll start off with that because that's always the way that people go for it. If you just talk about the branding of the SEC, it's very easy to poke the bear of Tennessee fans, specifically on Twitter. All you have to do is say your quarterback is mid, and you will have a cascade of that orange coming down right from the hills of the Rocky Top into your comment section, into your DMs, ready to go to war, explain to you why, number one, you're an idiot, number two, you don't belong in covering college football, and my favorite one, you don't know ball. That is always the number one answer for any single person out there that loves to tell you that they know ball, that you don't know ball, for having an opinion because it's an opinion. But I will say in recent years, the program that has had the most interaction with me, my fan base, my community, it's South Carolina fans. And South Carolina fans are one of the proudest people out there, and I give them a lot of credit for this. They always stand on business. They are truly loyal to a T, to the ambiance, the atmosphere. If you know anything about Willie B, I consider it the ultimate cathedral of chaos. It is one of those small venues that feels like when you're standing in the middle of it, eyes closed, it feels at the same level that you would Death Valley, Bryant-Denny Stadium, Sanford Stadium. It's that ravenous of an atmosphere. Sandstorm comes piling on down. You watch as the student section starts with the rally towels, and it is a unique experience. But we also got to take off the garnet and black goggles for a minute and have a realistic expectation. This is a program that has 4 11-win seasons in the last 40-plus years. And when you say that you think that they're going to be a 9-3 team, most people would say that's a pretty good season. When you say that they're going to be a 9-3 team to a South Carolina fan, they decide to tell you why you deserve to rot in the place that nobody ever wants to go to after a good life on earth. You deserve to burn in the fiery 7th level of that same vicinity. And if I ever see you in person, just you and I are going to go have a little bit of a conversation behind the back door. Don't worry. Your friend doesn't need to come with you. You don't need to tell anybody where you're going. You and I just need to have a little chit chat on why you're wrong. Here. I'm going to open up the door. Just remember, don't tell them where you're going. It'll be fine. That's South Carolina fans. They're very passionate. They also are a little bit delusional. But that's why we love the SEC and why we love college football.
Cole, let me ask you this, because I know there's a lot of LSU fans down there as well. How much pressure is on Brian Kelly to finally get a week 1 win and to do big things at LSU, especially with a Heisman Trophy candidate at quarterback?
For a week 1 win, I don't think there's anybody facing more pressure this upcoming Saturday. Now, For the season, you have to remember that it still is the SEC. There could be one miscue, one bad performance, one horrendous call, and ultimately you end up getting left out of the college football playoff for the SEC title game. But for week 1, this is a roster that is supposed to be considered one of the best in football. I truly believe that there are 9 teams that could hoist up the national title, and LSU is in that conversation, largely due to the fact of what they were able to bring in this past offseason in the transfer portal. Their defense is going to be a night and day different unit for the last 2 years. And when you look back at the last 2 years, they had an offense that was good enough to win a national title in 2023. They had 2 first-round wide receivers. They had a Heisman Trophy quarterback. They had 4 offensive linemen that all got drafted with the top 100 picks. They had a defense that couldn't slow down Shamu if he was literally beached on an island. That's how bad it was at times for LSU's defense. So they went out and they got better in the front 7 with the hiring of Blake Baker. They went and they brought in guys like Jack Pyburn, and they brought in Sadir Mitchell, and they brought in Patrick Payton. They have multiple defensive backs and Mansour Delane, who's been a stud at camp. Tamarcus Cooley from NC State. He's now down in Baton Rouge. You have A.J. Halsey coming on in the back end from Houston. Phenomenal player that can create a change of a pace by 1 interception. And the wide receiver room is really good. So this is a team that, regardless of what you think about Clemson, which returns the most returning production in college football, has a quarterback that also is viewed as a Heisman Trophy caliber player in Cade Klubnik, has a defense that features 6 to 7 future day 1 or day 2 selections. LSU has a standard. LSU has a prideful notion. LSU has fired people for less in the last 2 years. Ed Orgeron won a national title, and 2 years later, he was shown the door because they couldn't stand the direction of the way the program was going. There's been a lot of time, there's been a lot of investment, and there's been a lot of buy-in from not only the fans, but the boosters to finally write the checks and put their money where their mouth is. If he doesn't win week 1, it's not the end of the season. It's Clemson. Clemson's supposed to be in that college football playoff hunt. But it is a souring moment that, once again, Brian Kelly, in a moment where we give you all of the opportunities and all of the resources, you still can't win the big one. Any other coach out there that is facing pressure, they're going to face that pressure in the regular season. Brian Kelly could go 9-3 this year, but one of those losses come to Clemson, there will be people still wanting to go ahead and axe him for 2026.
Yeah, it's crazy the level of expectations for just about every team in the SEC, but obviously Texas is expected to do a lot this year. They are the favorites to win the national championship. They are the favorites to win the SEC. Arch Manning is the favorite to win the Heisman despite not playing a full season. So what do you think we see from Texas this year? Are all the expectations correct?
Yes and no. I think that we're at a point when it comes to what Steve Sarkisian has done with recruiting and the transfer portal that it's very similar to Kirby Smart and Nick Saban circa 2020. So before COVID and before NIL, these rosters would be filled to the brim with talent that would sit for 2 years, but you never worried about it. You would say, well, if we started the freshman, he would have been an All-American. We just didn't have to because we had a top 10 left tackle or we had a top 25 defensive lineman. That's what Texas has at its disposal. So 4 new offensive linemen coming in, but 4 new offensive linemen that all grade out as 4 stars or higher in their respective recruiting classes. You have a good wide receiver room, a mix of veterans and a mix of newcomers. Ryan Wingo, a lot of people talked about him last season being this year's Cam Coleman. This year's Ryan Williams has a good rapport with Arch Manning. They went out in the transfer portal. They brought in Emmett Mosley, who led all freshmen in receptions last season while at Stanford. They brought in Jack Endries, who, for my money, is the best receiving tight end in college football. They also still have DeAndre Moore. You have a defense that features the best player in the sport, in my opinion, which is Anthony Hill. You have one of the best pass rushers in Colin Simmons. You have Trey Moore coming off of the edge. You have a very quality secondary headlined by Malik Muhammad and Mookie Taff. And they have some guys like Jalen Gilbo who can do a little bit of everything. And their schedule is manageable. You know, you look at the Red River Shootout, that's going to be a game that certainly draws in a lot of eyeballs. But you also got to remember that they get to play against Kentucky and Mississippi State. And they get to play against Arkansas that has questions with its overall personnel. While Oklahoma could start off the season 6-0, and then they go through a daunting task to close out the last 6 games, and they still might not be enough to make it to a bowl game because that is just the situation of scheduling. This all comes down to how well is Arch Manning going to transition. Arch does not need to be this elite second coming of Peyton to end up meeting expectations down at UT. He's got to be a good point guard. He's got the weaponry. He's got the personnel. He's got a great running back duo in the arrival of C.J. Baxter fully healthy and Trey Wisner back, to where you're just saying to yourself, if you end up averaging 250 passing yards a game, 1.5 touchdowns through the year, 1 touchdown on the ground, we're going to be unstoppable. It's going to be one of the best defenses in college football. It's going to have an identity on offense that's sustainable, and they're going to be a team that is just going to give you your best punch. You may not notice it in week 1 against Ohio State, despite the fact that they win that game. You're going to notice it by the time that we get to Dallas, Red River. This will be a unit that will live up to the hype of what is supposed to be one of the more talented teams in the SEC.
It does feel like Texas is officially back now, and all they need is a national championship. He is Cole Thompson. He is host of SEC Unfiltered. You can find him on Sports Talk 790 in Houston. Cole, thanks so much for waking up early for us. Happy football season.
Hey, guys, thanks so much. Can't wait to talk to you guys soon. Take care.
Appreciate it, man.
Yeah. All right, Jenks. Music to your ears. How many times this offseason can people rave about Texas? And how many times this offseason can people rave about Penn State? Like, we have 2 people on the show that their fan bases have such high expectations. I'm so ready for the season to actually start, though. Like, I'm tired of talking about expectations.
Yeah.
I can't wait to actually see it.
Well, you know what? Starts this weekend. Already underway. Week 0. Here we go.
Hell yeah, week 0. And we'll talk about our favorite games to play over the weekend, including the big one between Iowa State and K-State. Our handicaps come next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
And we're off. It is hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, and not just any Friday, the Friday morning good time edition of Football Friday. Coming up during our final hour, we will delve right into week 0 in college football, and yes, you can taste it on your lips. It's finally here. We can't wait for that. In 20 minutes, he's finally back. I mean, he's been here the entire time, but Double D is back with his Degenerate Parlay. We'll have our show parlay as well. And finally, in 40 minutes, we'll wrap things up with our best bets of the weekend and find out what the Donkster is up to as well. Welcome to our audience on Stadium as we stream our final hour. You can do that, and it's really easy. Bally Sports Live app or BallySportsLive.com. We are also on YouTube TV, DirecTV, Amazon Prime, and Samsung TV Plus. I'm Jinx, she's Chelsea, and guess what we get tomorrow? Week 0, college football. It is at noon, and it's in Dublin, Ireland. Number 22, Iowa State, taking on number 17, Kansas State. The Wildcats laying 3. They're minus 160 on the money line. Cyclones plus 135, total set at 50 and a hook. Chelsea, I think, just based on what I've been listening to from earlier in the show, I think we're going to be on opposite sides here because I think you like Kansas State and I think I like the Cyclones.
I feel like it's tough this time of year because I feel like the first of the year in college football is kind of difficult because you're still answering some questions. But for me, the real question in this game is how is Iowa State going to stop the rush attack of K-State? Because I think the running game is going to be big in this one because early in the season, I feel like the run game kind of wins out because offenses are still finding their footing. And speaking of finding your footing, when you're playing at a soccer stadium, I feel like the turf is kind of going to be torn up a little bit in the second half. So I think Iowa State has some issues stopping, Avery Johnson in this one. He's going to be an impactful player for Kansas State this year, a returning quarterback, and Kansas State has been a stable pillar in the Big 12. 3 straight seasons with 9+ wins. But Iowa State certainly has some redeeming qualities as well. Like, it's not shocking to me that you find, some good qualities with Iowa State because Matt Campbell has been one of the better head coaches to bet on in all of college football. 11-3 last year, won the Pop-Tarts Bowl. But again, I think it comes back to me with Iowa State is really good at defending the pass, but I have questions on how they're going to stop this rush attack of Kansas State. So, that's the key matchup for me.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a high-quality Week 0 matchup, and you don't always get that in the first week of the college football season because it's so early on and teams are sort of, sometimes still not learning how to tackle, but, you'll see some sloppy play early on because it is so early, and it takes a while for teams to sort of come together and find their individual grooves. But with these two teams, we're talking about 2 really experienced squads, right? So Iowa State has 18 projected starters returning. KSU has 17. You've got both quarterbacks who played last year, whether it's Rocco Brecht for the Cyclones or Avery Johnson, a QB like you were talking about for the Wildcats. And I've heard some people say if you're looking for a dark horse at Heisman, maybe it's Avery Johnson. I know he's not necessarily in the mix when you talk about Nussmeier or Klubnik or Arch Manning, but this guy can play. Certainly, I'm going to lean Iowa State here, but they have to find a way to contain Johnson. He's the real key here, I think, for Kansas State because he's such a dual-threat guy.
Yeah, but it should be noted that both these teams have skill position and their quarterbacks returning. So it should be a good game. And I think if this line was 3.5, because I remember, reading up on both these teams before I saw the line, and I was like, I feel like it's really evenly matched. So if it's over 3 and it's 3.5, I think I would take the points with Iowa State because obviously, that's the logic is that if you think it's a close game and the underdog has a shot, wouldn't you take the 3.5? But this one's 3. So I don't know. It's not my strongest handicap. And plus, whenever you start a season, like there's a lot of unknowns. And that's usually when I don't go big when it comes to like, I'm going to mega max mortal whale lock on this. Like I'm not doing that the first week of the season, especially when it's a game overseas where it's a neutral site game. So I don't know what you make of this one. I don't think I have a play on a total. Like it does feel to me that we're going to see a lot of running the ball from Kansas State. But Iowa State's a pretty solid passing attack. Like Rocco Becht is a better passer, it feels like, maybe than Avery Johnson. But they did lose their top 2 wide receivers to the NFL last year. So again, is it next man up for these type of programs? We'll see.
Yeah, I think if you're Iowa State, you've got 4 of your 5 offensive linemen returning, so that's huge. And Brecht, I think, can have some success sort of in the middle of the field against that Kansas State defense. I will also say, look, even though it's a neutral site, Iowa State was really good away from Ames last season. They went 5-2. And also, in this particular series, let's not forget, this is Farmageddon. All right? Farmageddon. This is one of the better names, one of the best names, honestly, for a rivalry. I know we don't necessarily put Kansas State, Iowa State amongst the great rivalries in college football, but this is a pretty good one. And also, Iowa State has covered the number in 5 straight in this matchup. So it opened at, I believe Kansas State was laying 4, and it went to 3.5, went to 3, so we're seeing some Cyclones money come in. I feel like this is going to be one of those last possession games decided by a field goal. So because of that, I think that's why I'm leaning Iowa State here.
Care to guess the betting splits over at BetMGM? Have you looked at these?
I have not. Enlighten me.
So I know we say this as a detriment, is that you don't necessarily want to back the public, but the public is all over Kansas State in this one. 70% of the bets over at BetMGM laying the 3 with K-State. 69% of the money line bets, nice, on K-State, because you could go that route as well. So let's stop there for a second. What is the determining factor for you in between taking a money line bet and a short number? Because obviously, like 3 is a short spread, but the total in this one is relatively low for a college game at 50.5. So I do think points are gonna be at a premium. Would you tell a bettor that's high on K-State? Would you say, hey, lay the extra juice, take the money line, or do you say, hey, 3 is a key number, just leave it on 3?
That's a tough one. I think I would, because I think I just lay the 3. Like at 3 and a hook, I wouldn't lay it. But if you like Kansas State, maybe you think worst case scenario, you get a push here. But for me, I would grab the points with Iowa State. So I'm going to go against the public here. But I do think maybe you just lay the 3. I mean, minus 160 is kind of right there on our threshold. And I also, here's another thing. Like, I also think the over is the play here. Like, I do think this total is too low. And I think that each of these offenses can attack particular weaknesses in the opposing team's defense. Like, can Iowa State stop, can they stop that Kansas State rushing attack, or can they stop Avery Johnson at quarterback? That's going to be key. And then conversely, I think Iowa State can have success running the ball behind that big offensive line. Again, I think they can have success attacking the middle of the field. So I think we could see kind of a back and forth game that is maybe decided by a field goal. And if that's the case, again, then for me, that's why I would lean Cyclones, but I wouldn't talk anyone off of laying 3 with Kansas State.
Yeah, I thought it was an important point to bring up because I think I'm still kind of in the mindset of betting on baseball, and laying minus 160 on the money line for baseball feels like a different bet to me. So value is always relative, but just wanted to get people back in the headspace of betting on football, because when you look at this total, like going back to that, 50.5 is right below a key number of 51. Because I think if you're betting totals, like a good exercise is to try to predict the score, because sometimes it's a better way to like visualize, hey, like these are the scores we're looking for. Obviously multiples of 7, multiples of 6 are highly popular, but you're with the public there. 67% of the bettors over at BetMGM on the over right now as it sits at 50.5, slightly juiced to the over. If you look at last year's game in Dublin, it was Georgia Tech that won 24-21 over Florida State. I do think we'll see a little bit of chaos, though. Like, isn't that why we love college football, especially early in the season? Honestly, I feel like this game will be decided by like one big play, whether it's like a pick six or a kick return, especially early on in the season. I feel like that's when the games just have a little bit more volatility to them, which I think kind of shades towards the over. Maybe it shades toward the dog as well. But that's why I won't be going big on this game.
Can you do an Irish accent? It's in Dublin.
No.
This is your
no.
Oh, okay.
I'm Southern, Jenks. Like,
you can still be Southern and still do an accent, But I cannot. That's the one thing.
It won't be good.
Every now and then, if I hear something, I can mock it or I can replicate it pretty quickly. But it's, off the cuff. I just can't do it. Some people are really good at that. Are there any other games on the card that you like? We've got Iowa State or Idaho State taking on UNLV, Fresno State at Kansas. Oh, barn burner. Sam Houston at Western Kentucky tomorrow night, 7 o'clock in the East. And then out west, Stanford at Hawaii is at 7:30. I'm particularly interested in that game. I'm going to be on Hawaii in this game.
I think that's one of those recurring narratives that we see betting on Hawaii at home. Because at least Stanford, I will give them this, despite playing in the Atlantic Coast Conference, it is still a long commute to Hawaii. So we've seen this trend in college football where Hawaii is the home team has been especially, bettable, because also think about how beautiful Hawaii is and how much like the people are just like looking around and maybe they're a little distracted. And especially when this number is short. I'm not high on Stanford this year, and I'm not sure anybody is. I was watching like the ACC road trip, which is funny that they call it a road trip. There's no way you can go around the ACC on a road trip because half the teams are in California. So you like Hawaii here, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I like Hawaii in a big way. I think it's a short price on the money line. We were just talking about, would you take K-State at minus 160, but minus 165 for an outright win for the Rainbow Warriors. And by the way, I'm glad they went back to the Rainbow Warriors a few years ago. It just never seemed right when they dropped Rainbow. I mean, it's Hawaii. Come on. Yeah, I just think they have a huge advantage here with their quarterback, Micah Alejado, and he's a freshman. He retained his eligibility last year, so he's still a freshman, and he can flat out sling it. He's a lefty, but he's going to put up big numbers this year in a Hawaii uniform, and I think he's one of those kids that we're going to be saying, look at this Alejado kid out west, like way out west in Hawaii, and what he's doing, and he has a great teacher in Timmy Chang. I don't know if you remember Timmy Chang at Hawaii, but Timmy Chang was unbelievable, and now he's the head coach at Hawaii, so he's back at his alma mater, and it's a great story. And also, like, Stanford is rebuilding. They were really bad last year. They had one of the worst defenses in the ACC. Frank Reich is there, which is still crazy to think about. But when you've got Hawaii on the Big Island and they've got such talent at quarterback, I think he can have a lot of success against that Cardinal D. So, yeah, I'm on the Hawaii Rainbow Warriors this weekend. Let's go.
Yeah, Timmy Chang, what a legend when it comes to like late night betting. Like, I think those of us who have been betting for a while, like, you remember the name because it feels like he was at Hawaii for like several seasons. And I'm looking at his numbers right now, 17,000 passing yards over what looks like a 5-year career. Looks like he might have redshirted or had a medical redshirt. But yeah, he was an absolute legend for Hawaii. And so that's a great point that you make, that if there's anybody who can teach a quarterback under center, it is him, because obviously he is a former quarterback. I don't think I'm betting on any of the rest of these games just because I think it's tough in college football when I don't have a first-person perspective on some of these kids at camp, at practice, because there are a lot of unknowns. A lot of it is like trusting the recruiting rankings, and it's like, okay, how much do you trust this? Or it's like, hey, this offensive line was terrible last year, but they only returned 2 of these guys. So would you rather have new guys in the offensive line or all these guys returning on a bad offensive line? So for that reason, like, I'm not going to be betting big on especially some of these smaller teams, because the transfer portal, I will say, kind of bankrupts a lot of these guys when they have their star players go to other programs. Are you going to be betting on any of these other games? I will say, like, Kansas at least is a relatively big name. They're in the Big 12. I know a lot of people like betting on UNLV, but 27.5 points the first week of, or week 0? No, thanks.
No, I'm going to stay away from that. But do I want to add this to the card? I'm curious to see Double D's Degenerate Parlay. I know he's going to have some of these games, and he likes Hawaii too. But I like Kansas. I mean, it's kind of a number out in the ether, right? It's minus 12.5. So I think KU can beat Fresno State by 2 touchdowns. It's in Lawrence, and total set at 50 and a hook. I mean, Jalen Daniels is back for Kansas, and I feel like he kind of got lost in the mix last year because Kansas was 5-7, and they were so close to having a winning record. They lost a ton of close games. Otherwise, we might be talking more about Kansas. But Fresno State lost like the vast majority of their team. Like they were trying to replace like 75% of their starters or something ridiculous. So you have a really inexperienced team going into Lawrence against a super dynamic quarterback. So when it comes to that game, I'm almost talking myself into it. Kansas minus 12.5, and Double D says he's betting on all the games, which I totally believe. And that's good because coming up next, we've got our squad parlay. Can we finally win one? The degenerate parlay is coming your way next. So we'll find out which games we're on, and maybe we can win some big plus money. That is coming up next on the Daily Tip, and it is here on the BetMGM Network. Come on back.
Kate Constable, Bet's What's Here, Friday morning at 9:20 Eastern. Matthew Stafford's back is an issue. What it means for the Rams' future on the next Bet's What's.
Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to this show. It's the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, and it's a Football Friday Double D. Coming up, it's finally back. College football, and that means our squad parlay and degenerate parlay as well. Chelsea, you ever get in a conversation and then it gets to a point where whatever is being talked about is sort of above your pay grade and you just kind of have to go along with it? And that's what I just did upstairs. That's why I was late getting back to the microphone. Went upstairs to fill up my coffee, go to the bathroom real quick, and Raj, our good friend Roger, is there in the break room. If you don't know, Roger is the man who holds this entire building together. He does it all. Engineering, tinkering, painting, fixing a TV, filling up coffee in the morning. Roger runs this place, essentially. Nicest guy on the planet. And so I'm getting coffee, which Roger made earlier today. Thank you, Raj. And he's in the break room, and he goes, "Is it colder down there in the studio?" And I said, "Yeah, it actually is. It's pretty chilly down there." He goes, "That's because they fixed the air conditioners." I was like, oh, okay. I mean, I can definitely tell, feels great, definitely cooling down. And then he goes into, it started here, and then that's when some of the humidity came in. They were getting some heat off the line because the heat was coming off the line. That sort of broke down the different processors and the things. And I was like, oh, my God. I have no idea what he's talking about. And so, listen, good on him. But do you know what I said after he finished this explanation? I go, well, that makes sense. I have no idea. He could have told me a bunch of gibberish, and I would have said, yep, that makes sense. So I was like, yeah, that makes sense, Raj. Glad we got it fixed. And I was like, I have to get back on the air. So I came back. You ever fake your way through a conversation like that?
Well, I'm not great at faking things. I don't know if you've noticed that about my personality. But we have a neighbor that is super handy. Like, he does lighting systems for a job, and he's really good at it. And so I ask him questions about, like, home improvement stuff. And he's like, it's really easy. You can just do it yourself. And then he says all these things that I've never heard of. He's like, just get your table saw out. I'm like, do you think I own a table saw? Look at me. Do you think I own a table saw? Do you think I know how to operate a table saw? No. Like, I believe in traditional gender roles when it comes to home improvement. I ain't operating a table saw. Get out of here.
Yeah, just pull out your miter saw and take care of that. Sir, look at me. All right? If I've got a screwdriver available, if I know the difference between a Phillips head and a flat head, I'm lucky. I am not a home improvement guy. So, man, when it comes to that kind of stuff, it's like, I'll just call somebody. Unless it's really basic.
Yeah, lower the bar.
Yeah.
Like, lower the expectations for me. Or that's like when people give me directions and they're like, you head out east. I'm like, do I look like I own a compass? I don't know where east is.
Right.
I don't even know my rights and lefts that well. I have to, think about it. I'm like, okay, which way would I throw a baseball? Okay, this is my right. So, do not give me directions like that. You say, you go into this little church, and then you see a weird, flailing inflatable guy. You have to give me landmarks. Do not give me directions, east, west, right, left. I'm not going to remember it.
Oh, I'm totally with you there. I have no idea. I'm clueless. When I order a Lyft or an Uber, sometimes I can't take Metro, or I have to go out to Ashburn after the show, and so I have to get a car. I don't have a car. And I always look on the map, where is this car coming from? And I had this job for years, and I'm like, I don't know. I think maybe it's coming from that way. I have no clue. And I'm looking at the map. I'm absolutely terrible at it. Terrible. One thing I am good at sometimes is placing bets on baseball. And you can place your first home run bet of the day. Parlays now included on a player or players. If they have the longest home run of the day, you win your share of $50,000 in bonus bets. No opt-in is necessary. Just apply your Big Fly Fridays qualifying token dropped into your account to use on the first player or players to hit a home run. That is each and every Friday at BetMGM. All right. I'm ready for this. You love him, both his body and his face, and now he's back in a big way, just in time for football season.
It's time to get crazy with Double D's College Football D-Gen Parlay.
Double D!
That's right. Week 0, Jenks. Oh, woohoo!
Look at the joy on your face. And I love, by the way, that you're bet like it's not just like, I threw in a couple college football games. You're like, no, I'm betting the whole card. Like Phil Mickelson I'm talking to.
There's only 5 games. Why not? I mean, and they're just let's get to it then. Right off the bat, I'm taking Kansas State -3 over Iowa State. UNLV, I'm laying that big number. Dan Mullen has those running rebs playing really well as of late. So I'm going to take them at -27.5 over the mighty Idaho State. I am laying Kansas State -13 versus Fresno State. I'm going to take the over in the Sam Houston State versus Western Kentucky. Those two offenses are just crazy good, and I think those defenses are going to have trouble keeping up. And then finally, I am taking Hawaii -2.5 versus Stanford. All those are -110. And you know what, Jenks? You know how you make this bet legendary, sir?
How's that?
You play the 50% college football odds boost at BetMGM, and I get it for plus 36.53. $5 will win me $187.69. Nice, and let's go!
Bravo, sir. Bravo. I'm dying. I want to bet that Kansas game so bad. I got 4 bets on the card, and I don't know if I want to do the fill or not. I can't decide. Well, that's for me to decide. I've still got some time. Double D, good luck in your degenerate parlay. We got to have one of these win. Come on. But now it's time for our squad parlay. Maybe we can get a dub. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, adults of all ages, it's time for the show parlay.
Step right up, see? We're going to start here with some big minus money. Chelsea Messenger on the card. All right, Chelsea. Get us going here. We have not won a squad parlay all year long. We got a mixture of baseball and college football. So let's get it going. What do you got?
Yeah, we were talking about in our baseball segment that the Rangers are a little pricey by themselves as -175 favorites today, but you can throw it in a parlay. So that's exactly what I'm doing. So Circle of Trust, Mount Rushmore face, Nathan Eovaldi goes for the Rangers today, and he has been extremely trustworthy this year. ERA under 2, a 1.76 ERA, 11-3 record, along with some run support that he's gotten from the Rangers. Over the last 3 games, they've given him tons of run support. Wins recorded in all 3 of those games. Meanwhile, Slade Ciccone goes for the Guardians today, and he's given up 11 earned runs over his last 7 2/3. So who am I going to trust more? I'm going to trust the Rangers, who've been great at home this year, 37-26, and as favorites, they have been even better, 39-21 when favored on the money line. So let's go Rangers, -175.
All right. At the end of this parlay, I always say, okay, which leg might lose? And it might be me because I'm backing the Pirates today. But they are hosting the Rockies. I'm basically fading Antonio Senzatella. I'll go deeper into this at the end of the show. But, man, Senzatella is actually worse away from Coors Field. How is that possible? He's 1-8. Overall, he has an ERA of 7. And on the road this season, opponents are batting .380 against him. For the love of God. Pittsburgh was off yesterday. Rockies played the Dodgers in Denver yesterday afternoon. And Braxton Ashcraft going for Pittsburgh, 3-2, 3.02 ERA. I like the Pirates on the first 5-run line. Just half a run, -125. All right, who is up next? I believe, if I have this correct, it is back to Double D.
We're going to go back to college football. Once again, I am taking Sam Houston State and Western Kentucky to go over their 61.5. I think that's a super low total for 2 offenses that are high tempo, throw the ball a lot, and don't have a lot of time in between plays. I don't think the defenses are going to be what they should be week one. I just think it's going to be probably closer to 70 to 75. So that's why I'm taking the over 61.5 in that game.
All right. Look at this. I'm glancing at Dylan's name, and I don't see any UFC. What do you got, Dylan?
No, the UFC odds are absolute garbage this weekend. The guy that I like to win by knockout even still, which is like such a specific bet, is minus 300. So I was like, I'm not adding that to the parlay. So I'm going college football in the spirit of it being a football Friday. I'm taking Hawaii minus 2.5. I just think the travel for Stanford. You mentioned Frank Reich earlier. Do we really think he's going to turn this Stanford program around, which has stunk out loud these last few years? I like Hawaii at home to open the year up. Only minus 2.5. I think they could really blow them out, but I'm just going to take the 2.5.
I will take that because I'm going to take Hawaii on the money line. That's definitely going to be on my card. Love that. And I love this because I was talking about the Cyclones earlier. And Denton, I know you're a huge college football guy. Why do you like Iowa State?
So we're going to contrarian play here. I look at the BetMGM, and they show the money and how it's divvied up, and 70% of the bets are going in the direction of Kansas State. I like people. I don't like the public. So I'm fading the public. I'm going Iowa State +3. They bring back almost all of their roster from last year, so they have that in their corner. Matt Campbell's a psycho, but in the best way possible. So I like Iowa State to cover the 3 in Ireland.
Are you surprised that Matt Campbell hasn't moved on? Like, he's been at Iowa State since, 2016?
He's been there for a while. He's been rumored for a lot of NFL head coaching jobs, and I think he's kind of just, lost the wave a little bit there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, if he would have moved in, around the COVID time, I think he would have been great in, Green Bay or somewhere like that, but I think the NFL's passed him by.
Also, has anyone here besides me been to Ames?
I've been.
What do you think of Ames? Cute city.
Well, I mean, I didn't have high expectations. It's when we were living in Des Moines. So, the stadium's nice. The facilities are nice. But, I don't know what your expectations were. I will say Des Moines was a very underrated city. It was extremely clean. The people were nice. And it had a nice downtown area with a bunch of, new rooftop bars.
Okay. All right. Maybe I'll visit Des Moines then. This is a long time ago when I was traveling with Texas and covering the team. And they were playing in Ames at Iowa State. So we actually went to the game. And, I don't know, it was just fine. It was just fine. They love their Cyclones. So, I'm trying to be so nice here. I'm trying. It's
they have nothing but that football.
That's all there is, man. That's all there is. Although I did see some renderings a couple years ago about how they're going to renovate everything and had this nice plaza so the fans could come out. But still, it's about Iowa State, and that's about it. So which one of these bets, and by the way, if this squad parlay comes home, we're looking at 19-1 odds here. But which one of these bets has the biggest chance of maybe not coming home? I'm always worried.
Well,
is it me? I mean, I'm on the Pirates.
We already have some split decisions on this Iowa State and Kansas State game because David has K-State in his degenerate parlay, but we have Iowa State in our squad parlay. So one of these parlays is going to be right, and one of these parlays are going to be wrong.
That's true.
So
that's the fun of the game.
Both. You hedge and play them both.
That's right. One will come home. Yes.
Jinx, what's the first 5 run line? What's the actual run line for that?
Half a run.
Half a run?
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay. If you'd have told me 1.5, I'd have been like, no.
No. It's just a half run. So the Pirates just need to be ahead. Senzatella is just straight up garbage. And the Rockies are traveling. I honestly think in a matchup like this, when the Pirates are rested and just sitting there at home, and the Rockies are like, all right, let's hop on a plane, let's go out east with our worst pitcher, arguably worst pitcher. I just like this setup there. And plus, you know me, I'm riding that high from fading the Rockies yesterday. But what other bet may not come home and why? Is there one? I like the card, but I like it every week.
I'm gonna say Denton, just because he won against me, and it's only purely because the public's on it. There's no real thing other than the public's on it.
That's true.
I think contrarian makes you a lot of money, Double D.
What are you going to say, Chelsea?
I was going to say, this is not logic-based or rooted in any type of numbers, but the Rockies have ruined a lot of our parlays. I think I had them last week, and all of the numbers made sense. The Diamondbacks were the best run-scoring team in the first 5 innings of play, and they had this guy that had an 80 ERA. Going for the Rockies. And you know what they did? The Rockies won that game. So I don't know what it is, but the Rockies, when we play them, I'm just saying it hasn't gone well for us.
Yeah, you know who was pitching in that game? The same guy pitching tonight, Senzatella, the same one.
No, it was Tanner Gordon.
It wasn't?
Or somebody
Oh.
Gordon.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, the last
Yeah, it
time
was-
I think Senzatella had a shutout was against the Diamondbacks in his last outing. Maybe it was in that same series. But that was...
Yeah, it was that series.
Okay. That was his first shutout, I think, since June the 6th. We're going to be just fine. We're going to be just fine. Coming up next. Okay, it's been a great week for Chelsea when it comes to our bets. It's been a week for me. We got our favorite wages of the weekend and the Donkster. We're going to wrap things up next with the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, and it is the Friday morning good time edition. Turn it up, Double D. Thanks for waking up with us. We are live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, a loaded card, at least for this guy. And then we'll talk to the Donkster as well. Find out what's coming up on Bet Sweats. What's coming up for you this weekend, Chelsea? Busy weekend there in Nashville? Get me up to date.
Oh, we're going to a wedding this weekend that I thought I was invited to, but we never got an invitation. So I was like, I don't know where this is. So it's my best friend's little brother who clearly does not have his ducks in a row when it comes to this wedding. But we're going to that wedding. So we'll see how that goes. He's not like the most organized person, which is like, weddings are a big deal. Like there's a lot to plan. So I don't know. We'll see. It'll be a roll of the roulette wheel when it comes to this wedding. But I will say at least they do have alcohol, and that's all that really matters.
Yeah. I think I'm going to do some day drinking today. That's my plan.
I got to
figure out my plan. My friend Daryl texted me yesterday, and I haven't seen him in a minute, and he's like, you want to grab a drink or some lunch tomorrow? And I was like, yeah, let's do that. So I'm meeting him at 1, but then the Commanders play at noon on Saturday, and that usually takes me about, I don't know, like 3 hours to prep for it. It's a lot of prep. So do I want to do that today, sleep in tomorrow, or do I want to treat today like, all right, let me take the day off and then wake up around 4 tomorrow and start prepping like I normally prep for this show? Which I don't necessarily want to do that, but I also don't know if I want to work another 3 hours today. I don't know. I got some decisions to make. Plus, after a couple pops at lunch, I probably won't want to work.
Waking up at 4 on a weekend sounds terrible.
That's not
great.
Don't
do that.
I don't want to. I mean, here's the thing. I got to leave at around 7 anyway. So, I don't know. There's no real great answer. I know. Maybe I'll finish lunch and I'll work while Catherine is working because she won't be off until 5:30. But that's my big decision today. Like, how do I maximize my time is what I'm trying to figure out.
I think what you do, since like most are still like working during the day anyway, is you get yourself a treat right after work. Like get yourself a nice coffee or like something to do while you're like cramming. Yeah. I feel like that makes things easier. Like whenever I have to like do adult things like make a phone call or leave a voicemail, I'm like, you can get a treat if you sit down and do this. So bribe yourself into doing this. So it'll be like kind of like your weekend. Like do something fun while you're studying to make it a little bit more enjoyable.
That's true. And also, it's dependent, too, on when I get the rundown. Like, if I get it at 5, I'm not going to start working at 5. Do you know what I mean? I'll be like, oh, I'll wake up early. So it's always sort of dependent as to when I sort of get the show and I can start working on it. So who knows? Everybody's like, boring. We don't care. It's the weekend. I get it. I'm just trying to talk through things. Coming up next on Bet Sweats. Oh, we get Sammy P. Apparently, he's buying stock in the Niners. That's what I've heard. Also, Kate Cotts.
He can't stop.
He can't stop. Another day. More stock in the Niners? Load up, Sammy P. So that's coming up. And we've got our best bets locked in and ready to go.
Time to place your bets.
I don't blame you, Chelsea. You've been red hot this week. 5-1, but you have another bet on the card, and I'm going to be on this as well.
Yeah, best bet of the day is going to be the Rangers at home against the Guardians. We're going to take the Rangers on the money line, a little juicy at -160, but this price has gone down. It was -175. So I'm not sure what's going on with that line movement, but still, we trust Nathan Eovaldi. He is one of the founding members of the Circle of Trust this year, and for good reason. 11-3 and a 1.76 ERA for the Rangers. And here's the other peculiar thing. When he pitches, he gets run support. I understand this is not a great Rangers offense, but there is a reason he is 11-3. And plus, the Rangers have been really good in the spot. At home, 37-26 as favorites this year, even better, 39-21. So if you look at the Guardians as underdogs, 30-37 this year. Plus, they have Slade Ciccone going, who's given up 11 earned runs over his last 7 2/3 innings of work. So the Rangers offense is not great, but if they can, scratch off some runs, Hopefully it's against Slade Ciccone. He has an ERA of 4 or 5 and a record of 5-6. So let's go Rangers at home today at -160.
Love it. I will be tailing you on that pick. And also a little bit of breaking news here before I get into my selections. Shams Charania is posting on X that Malik Beasley, the Pistons guard, is now not a target in the Eastern District of New York's gambling investigation. So it looks like he can resume his free agency. And this is massive news for Beasley because we've heard all sorts of reports about him being in debt or possibly being involved in wagering on sports. So now that is out of the way and clears the hurdle for him to potentially sign a big contract. All right, hopefully I can get a big win because I'm a little underwater this week, 4-5. I'm going to start with college football. I didn't even plan this. I am wearing the colors of the Hawaii Rainbow Warriors. Oh, yeah, Hawaii, money line. Take it on Stanford out in the Big Island, Hawaii -135. Let's back Micah Alejado at quarterback, the lefty. He can absolutely sling it around. And who is the head coach of the Rainbow Warriors now? The legend, Timmy Chang. When Timmy Chang finished his career back in 2004, he was the NCAA all-time leader in passing yards, total offense, total plays, passes attempted, absolute legend, a unit. And now he is coaching this kid who is also a Hawaii native, and I think they're going to do big things against this Stanford defense that was one of the worst in the ACC last season. Also, Frank Reich taking over as head coach. Not a believer in him yet until I see it at the college level. Barely saw it at the pro level. So Hawaii on the money line is the play. It is -135.
I was just thinking, isn't Tua left-handed and isn't he Hawaiian? Random thoughts that I'm having.
That is correct. Nailed it.
I don't know what they're doing out in Hawaii, but they've got some good left-handed quarterbacks. So hopefully that continues for your Hawaii play.
I certainly hope so. Also, I'm going to go back to baseball as well. Pirates first 5 run line, -125, hosting the Rockies. I know. The Rockies giveth and the Rockies taketh away. But Antonio Senzatella on the mound for the Rocks. Okay. One great outing against the Diamondbacks last Sunday, 5 shutout innings. Wow. Ooh, that was his first shutout performance since June the 6th against the Mets. And how in God's name are you suddenly worse on the road than you are at Coors Field? Seriously, away from Denver this season, Senzatella, 1-8. Opponents are batting .380 against him. Here are Colorado's results in every one of Senzatella's road starts this season. Win, okay. Loss, 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 win, loss, loss. By the way, in his last outing, who did he face? Pittsburgh. The Pirates hit him up for 8 runs in 2/3 of an inning. That was just 3 weeks ago. Pirates are bad in the first 5, but guess what? The Rockies are the only team in baseball who are worse. Pittsburgh, first 5 run line, -125. Whew, I'm running out of breath, Chelsea. I got one more for you. Here we go. Dodgers, first 5 money line, -141, taking on San Diego. You got Blake Snell, the former Padre, going for the Dodgers. Yu Darvish going for San Diego. Look, Shohei Ohtani back in the lineup for LA, took yesterday off against Colorado. He's going to be fine. And I think you have to back Blake Snell here now that he's healthy and pitching again. Dodgers have won 4 of his 5 starts this season. He's pitched 11 scoreless innings over his last 2 appearances, and he should be motivated against his former team. In fact, last time he pitched against them was his last outing 6 days ago. Shut them out over 6 innings. He's going up against Yu Darvish, who was also pitching in that game, and guess what? He got tagged for 4 runs over 4 innings against L.A. Dodgers are also the 6th best first 5 team in baseball this season. I love them behind Snell. Dodgers first 5 run line is, oh wait, I take that back. First 5 money line, -141 in San Diego, even better. All right, we got to get to Kate, find out what's coming up on Bet Sweats. Bet Sweats. I was wondering you were going to drop that in, and you did, just right on cue. But first, we have to bring in the Donkster. Donkster, oh, you look happy and ready for the weekend. What's going on?
Good morning. Since BetMGM has a new slogan, I've come up with some new ones for myself.
Okay. Well, let's hear them, I guess.
The Donkster. Long and strong.
All right. Careful.
The Donkster. Look at that ass.
I don't know. I think these are getting worse. You got one more?
I do. The Donkster. Go ahead. Take a peek.
I think we're done here. Do you have a bet?
I do. Storm. -4.5 against the Wings.
WNBA? Wow.
Skylar Diggins.
Okay, that's enough. Whew. Let's find out what's coming up next on Bet Sweats. And for that, we bring in our good friend, Kate Constable. Kate, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, guys. I'm doing well. Happy Friday, almost the weekend. We're feeling good.
Yeah, you ready for some Week 0 college football?
Ooh, guys, I can't wait. I can't believe it's already here.
I know.
I know. Big sigh of relief. Like, we've made it through the summer off season. College football's back. I'm going to be on my couch 10:50. Well, earlier than that. I'll probably watch a lot of like pregame stuff. But we've got the Dublin game, which is maybe I need to make a little Irish coffee for that.
Oh.
Ooh, now you're speaking my language. Cocktails that have coffee in them, like espresso teenies, yes. Irish coffee, I haven't had as many of those, but I'm definitely interested because it combines my two favorite beverages, alcohol and coffee.
Let me tell you, Chelsea, I went to this game a couple years ago when Northwestern was playing. I had so many Irish coffees over in Dublin. They hit a little different in Dublin. I will say that. But they were fun. That's the only way I would wake up. Just an Irish coffee every morning.
Sounds awesome. Like it's not even like a treat. You just like that just becomes part of your day.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? It's like wake up, I'll just have an Irish coffee.
Yeah, it's whatever.
Yeah,
and then I start talking.
It's
whatever. Coming up. Kelly in Vegas is joining us from Ireland. She's going to this game on Saturday, so she's joining us 10:20.
Oh, I forget. She's a huge K-State fan. Went to K-State, so that's going to be great. Kate, have a great show. Have a great weekend.
Guys, you as well.
Yeah, appreciate that. That's going to do it for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea Messenger, D-Day, Didn't Day, Dylan Mitchell, David Double D Dykstra, and the Donkster. I'm Michael Jenkins. Have a great weekend. Stay fit and humble.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
It's about to be a legendary Friday here on the BetMGM Network. Kate Constable, Sam Panayotovich with you on Bet Sweats. We have made it to Friday, what's felt like the longest week of the year. Just been a regular week. But we're here Friday. Weekend is right around the corner, and we got plenty to talk about. Countdown to kickoff continues. The Los Angeles Rams. What are we thinking with Matthew Stafford? Is he healthy? Is he going to make it through the entire season? We'll tell you how you should be betting the Rams. Kelly in Vegas is not in Vegas. She's in Ireland. She's going to join us from Dublin. K-State, Iowa State kickoff week 0 tomorrow. She's headed to that game. We'll get her thoughts straight from Ireland coming up at 10 o'clock. Major League Baseball card coming your way. Plus, just a little fun on this Friday. We've got to do it. Sam, how you doing? We made it. It's Friday. Let's go.
Just for context, I want people to know I'm going to peel the curtain back. I said, Kate, great hit on Alyssa Thomas's over last night. That wasn't yesterday. In fact, it was yesterday. It was a great night for the show. You had that over. The show gave over the Brewers, which Paul somehow did not mush. You had the under in that game. It was a very, very fun Thursday. And then I got on a 4-hour train ride back to Boston, which I'm telling you right now, that is going to be that's going to be an adjustment. 4 hours down and 4 hours back.
Weekly too. Like that's you going there weekly, 4 hours down, 4 hours back. That is going to be come like week. Like it'll be exciting the first couple weeks of the season, right? You're ready to talk about college football or whatever topics you guys have to discuss on the podcast. And but come like week 10, 11, that's going to get pretty old, I think. Maybe closer to like week 6.
Week 4. Week 4, I'll be cooked. But honestly, the train isn't bad, and they're unveiling the fastest train in America at the end of the month. So allegedly, they're going to be able to get me there in 3 hours and 15 minutes. We'll see.
Wow.
I'll take the over. I'll take the over for sure. But it is good to be here on a Friday. And you know what I was watching last night? I don't know if you've seen this yet. The Dallas Cowboys have a documentary that just came out on Netflix. And I've made it through the first 3 episodes now. It's 8 episodes, which is probably a lot for the Cowboys. Give or take. That's a lot of episodes. And they're long episodes.
That's long.
I don't know if you've seen it yet. It's very, very well done. And it shows how Jerry Jones made his money in oil and then buys the Cowboys. And at first, because I wasn't around really when Jerry first bought the team. Like I was, but I wasn't. I was very, very young. And I don't remember how much hate he got when he bought the team and bottomed it out. And they won, I believe, one game in his first season. I don't know if they hate him more then or they hate him more now because this Micah Parsons situation is getting weirder and weirder. And Micah yesterday scrubbed Cowboy out of all of his social media.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's getting petty at this point, which I mean, I'm here for it. All the drama. I've seen I've seen of the documentary, Sam. I have not quite watched it yet, but that is on my list of things to do. And clearly a good review from you. Maybe I'll get to it a little bit quicker than I otherwise would. I mean, this is not stopping anytime soon. Jerry Jones and Micah Parsons are not coming to an agreement anytime soon. In fact, Jerry Jones even said as much as, he's under contract this year. And then we have the option to franchise tag him the next year and the following year. So essentially we have him under contract for 3 more seasons. Like, I don't blame Micah Parsons for scrubbing all his social media of Cowboys stuff. He just has Penn State listed. And he also tweeted a Bible verse of some sort, kind of essentially, I forget what it said. I should have it pulled up, but he's going to Twitter to post all his thoughts, where Jerry Jones is going to podcast to post all his thoughts or say all his thoughts. And this is just a mess that's going to continue for a very long time. I mean, this has been the lead story on multiple TV talk shows for the last couple of days, and it's going to continue to be the lead story. Clearly, lead story here with us today.
And yet, if you look at the markets at BetMGM, he's still the second favorite to win Defensive Player of the Year. He's still the third favorite to lead the league in sacks. I don't know who's betting that. I understand if they do fix this and work everything out and they get him out there week 1, that's a possibility. But I have no interest in betting Micah Parsons at 7-1, 750 to lead the league in sacks or be defensive player of the year, because there's a chance that this holdout really takes its time. And I don't know. I've never scrubbed my social media. I've never been that guy. I've always sort of been myself. One has once said that I'm apologetically myself. I have never been so mad at somebody that I've scrubbed my Instagram or my Twitter or whatever. I don't think that's a good thing. And I don't know that he's going to be out there week number 1 against the Eagles. How do you read all this and hear all this and see all this and get an appetite to bet either Dallas or bet Parsons or bet week number 1 where they're catching about a touchdown against the Eagles?
I don't think you can. Is Micah Parsons a Gen Zer? I feel like that's a kind of a Gen Z thing to scrub your social medias, because I'm with you. Like, I think it's weird. That's how you go and react publicly, is like, I'm going to take your name off my social media bio. That's going to show them. I think that's like a younger generation thing, but I wouldn't be comfortable betting on the Cowboys at all going forward until I see Micah Parsons physically on the field. And I mean, based on the back and forth between these two, I don't think he plays. I don't think he plays week 1. I don't think he plays week 2, maybe as the season goes on. But I mean, if you're scrubbing your social media, Sam, you're likely not going to turn around in 2 weeks and be like, oh yeah, I am actually a member of this team.
He was born in 1999, so he's only 26.
Oh my gosh.
That would be Gen Z, right? I think,
yeah.
I'm very bad at this.
I am too. What years are Gen Z?
Gen Zers are 97 to 2012.
Yep. So he fits the mold. Gen Zer.
And yet, we look at the market for Thursday Night Football. This is the season opener. Dallas at Philly, and the number is still sub 7. I think the market is obviously in a holding pattern, but odds are good that if it does come up, because it hasn't been announced yet, and we're just speculating on Friday, August 22nd, they still have basically 2 weeks to figure something out and get him out there. But once it hits the ticker, if it does, if, again, we're not breaking news, we're getting there. We're hitting fast forward. If to that week, and it's the first week of September, and we see on our tickers on our TVs, or we get alerts on our phones that Micah Parsons is out, it is going to be one-way traffic on Philadelphia, and those 6.5s are probably going to go to 7. I'm surprised it hasn't done it yet, but I guess there hasn't been any official news. It's just hard to envision him playing week number 1.
So do you think, Sam, that it's worth grabbing a little Eagles now before it goes to 7, before it goes to 7.5? Because Micah Parsons is worth, how many points do you think Micah Parsons is worth?
They say he's worth about 2, which is high defensive player. So you're right there in the ballpark. The problem is when you get around the 7, that's one of the most key numbers, as you know, in football. 3 and 7, and those are the most important in NFL. So it's difficult to move it from 6.5 to 8.5, because then you will get support. People will take Dallas north of 7.5, and they'll definitely take 8. So it's very difficult to move it a full 2 points through a key number like that. Here's where I'm at. I was looking to take Dallas weeks ago, and now this is probably just going to keep me off the game. I was hoping to take the points. I remember when that line came out, it was about 7.5, and Joe and I thought, that's a lot. It's a lot of points for a division game, week number 1. But this team is much different, obviously, when he's not out there. And I've talked about this multiple times. You go back to when Micah Parsons joined the Cowboys. Dallas actually leads the NFL in pressure rate, going back to like 2021. So the defense, very, very good when he's out there. Very, very not when he's not.
Okay, so then what does that do to the total? Like, how much does the total move? Because if your best defensive player is missing, Eagles are likely going to score a little bit easier than they otherwise would if Micah Parsons was on the field.
No doubt. I think it would change the way this is perceived. Obviously, it probably goes up a smidge. We'll see the Eagles go up. But I would think that you could you could probably, if you get ahead of it, you'd get better prices on guys like Jalen Hurts to score a touchdown, Saquon Barkley to score a touchdown. Not that Parsons would necessarily keep them out of the end zone, but it makes it much easier to move the football down the field when he's not out there. So we'll pay close attention. If anything breaks today or if anything breaks next week, whenever it happens, we will address it and we will follow the line movement.
Let's just kind of recap, Sam, some of these preseason games that we saw yesterday and maybe what that means for starters going forward. Giants. I mean, well, first, let's talk about the lines from yesterday. Both of those lines moved significantly. One in favor of the Giants, the other in favor of the Patriots. And we kind of said we missed the best of the number earlier in the week. Preseason, you kind of got to jump on them early before a lot of the news is announced. Didn't matter. Both covered yesterday. Giants won 42-35. So not only did they cover, but they covered the total in that game all by themselves. That was 36.5. And 42 points. Jackson Dart looked great in that game. I give Russ 4 or 5 weeks, and if things go really south, I think Jackson Dart might be in there at some point this season.
I saw somebody last night on X say that they need to get the bus ready for Jackson Dart's Hall of Fame induction. I was like,
okay, well, that's a little overblown. That's a little overblown.
Has not played a regular season snap yet, but the Giants put up 42. Tommy DeVito, your guy, had 3 touchdown passes yesterday.
Wait. Why is Tommy DeVito my guy?
I heard he was a monstable. I heard DeVito was. I heard you guys go way back. I heard you guys had similar college
DeVito
paths.
and Monstable would be quite the throw the agent in there, and that would be quite the trio going out for a night on the town.
He was 17 of 20 for 198 yards and 3 touchdowns. The Giants murdered the Patriots. That was a sharp move. And then the other game, you saw the favorite win again, although there was some spread drama because the Steelers, as we discussed yesterday, they were bet by the wise guys about -3 and got out to -4.5, -5. So the Steelers are up 9 late. It's 19-10, and the Panthers have the ball. They're crossing midfield. They get down to about the 30. They get to the 25, and the clock is ticking. Tick, 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 tick. And they have a chance to go for a touchdown, which you would think Carolina would want to do because you have a bunch of in there, and you want to see what they have. So we get to a minute. Clock is running. Score is still 19. Panthers get in the end zone. They're going to cover this game. Dave Canales goes, run, takes off the headset. Steelers win. Steelers cover. Anybody holding the Panthers at +3, 4, 5, whatever, you thought you might at least get a chance to get in the end zone and hit the backdoor cover. Nope. Simple run, get out of town, and that's the final score, 19-10. But anybody holding Carolina, you did not get that opportunity. They didn't even throw the ball toward the end zone. They did HB draw, game over.
Which is sometimes what you get in the preseason because it's the preseason and these teams, you would think they'd want to practice being in those situations, late game, needing to score, but also they don't want to get anyone hurt. We got through this game fairly healthy. Let's just get out of town. Steelers win. Steelers cover is what it is. We have quite a few preseason games tonight. Bears, Chiefs, Eagles, Jets, Falcons, Cowboys, Vikings, Titans. We'll touch on those a little bit later on in the show. Sam, just circling back on Major League Baseball quick before we head to break in a couple minutes. The Brewers did beat the Cubs 4-1 yesterday. We were on that. The Yankees, after a great couple of games against Tampa Bay, they lose at home to the Red Sox, your Boston Red Sox, 6-3 yesterday.
And the over hits because Roman Anthony clobbers one. That game was sitting 4-3. We had discussed looking at the over yesterday between Heel and Giolito. It was an under game. And then Roman Anthony with the 2-run homer late in that game, 4-3 becomes 6-3, total 8.5. So with one swing, they get over the total in the Bronx.
That is rough. Over the total in Colorado as well. Dodgers beat the Rockies 9-5. Royals top the Rangers. The Twins still stink. The A's beat them 8-3. We will give you our MLB card coming up a little later on in the show. We'll discuss that in about 20, 30 minutes from now or so. Kelly in Vegas joins us from Ireland at the 10 o'clock hour. She's in Dublin for the K-State Iowa State game to kick off week 0 of college football. We will talk to her coming up at 10 o'clock. College football week 1. We've got week 0 plays for you, all sorts of stuff. But we continue our countdown to kick off next with the Los Angeles Rams. That's coming up right here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Countdown to kickoff continues. Week 1 of the NFL season. Just a couple weeks away. It's right around the corner, Sam. I mean, college football starts this weekend, which is the sign that NFL is next. So to continue our countdown to kickoff, we continue sticking in the NFC West. The Los Angeles Rams are the team that we preview today. This is a tough one to preview, Sam, or to kind of like figure out how to bet. I mean, maybe you tell me if you disagree, but it all hinges on Matthew Stafford for me. And yes, he's been back at practice for a couple days. No, I do not believe that he is fully healthy right now. I do not believe that if he were hit by a 300-pound lineman, that he would be able to get up off the ground and not re-aggravate that back. Like, he has a disc in his back that has just, he even said it wasn't just one single incident that caused this back injury. It's just kind of like things building up over time, which sounds like, I mean, it sounds like an old man. He's older for a quarterback, been through a lot in his career, getting hit a lot, but I'm not confident that Matthew Stafford's making it through an entire season or even going to be out there week 1.
And we look at what's happened in the last 5 to 10 years. You've had some older quarterbacks push through a lot. Now, Brady didn't have the injuries like that in his later 30s, upper 40s. He was always a weirdo with the fitness and the avocado smoothies and all that. So he's always been able to, or was able to, avoid these injuries later in his career. But Peyton Manning with the neck injury, he was supposed to be done at the end of his Colts regime. He goes to Denver, wins a Super Bowl, has success. Drew Brees had many, many injuries, especially to that throwing shoulder. He still plays well into his 40s. You've seen these older quarterbacks do it, and I think unfairly the media thinks, oh, well, Stafford will do it because Brady did it and Manning did it and Brees did it, and that's not entirely fair. I did a Matthew Stafford deep dive yesterday on the way back from New York, and
because you had a 4-hour train ride.
Exactly. So the reports are suggesting that Stafford is going to need multiple epidural injections to manage his disc herniation. Say all that 8 times fast. And those epidural injections cause a bunch of pain. So you have that on top of the concussion stuff. I mean, he's had those over the last handful of years. There was a game, whether it was last year or the year before, where he got absolutely cracked under the helmet. And the cameraman on the game caught him with his eyes rolling back in his head. And you're like, that's not good. So he's had multiple issues. He's had an elbow. He's had an arm. He's had concussions. Now it's the back. And this is not something that's going to get better. I mean, a back doesn't get better, especially when you're playing quarterback in the NFL. And we've talked about this a couple times this week. We did it on Monday. I think we did it on Wednesday. It's fine to have him out there with the red jersey on and zipping spirals and, oh, look at Stafford. He looks so good. They're not even breathing on him. Forget the contact. Forget cracking him. Forget trying to pull him down. The Rams aren't even going near him. So he's in these 7-on-7 drills, in these very easy offensive drills where the Rams have no interest in putting pressure on him and on driving him to the ground. What's going to stop other teams? I don't want to say bounty gate like the Saints used to do, but what's going to stop other teams from hitting him after the whistle or hitting him well after he lets go of the ball? This is a wounded deer right now. And you notice that the sports books across the country have pulled down the Matthew Stafford props. There's nothing on season yards. There's nothing on season touchdowns. But we have to take the word of the Rams and Sean McVay that he's going to be just fine. Be careful with all that. This was a team last year that our show, Bet Sweats, was very, very down on. And they got hot. They got on a run. They got in the playoffs and actually did pretty well in the playoffs. But that defense overachieved. That offense somehow stayed upright with issues. I mean, Cooper Kupp was banged up. Stafford was banged up. They trudged through and they got through. But it was a very easy schedule. And I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. And I think the Rams are due for some regression this year.
You would imagine also, Sam, like Week 1, if Matthew Stafford does play, think about who they're playing. The Houston Texans. You have Danielle Hunter. You have Will Anderson coming at you. Yeah, to your point, like those guys aren't going to come and purposely try and hurt them, but they're not going to go 80%. They're not going to go 60% in order to protect Matthew Stafford. So I'm not confident that he's won back week 1. I'm not confident he makes it through the season. Back injuries. I mean, playing through a shoulder injury, that's tough enough. But plenty of players have done it. But back injuries are an entirely different thing because a shoulder injury, your legs are still moving the same way, right? You're still able to scramble. You're still able to be as agile. Back injury, all that stuff goes away. And so this is a big, big deal for the Rams. And I think they're downplaying a little bit by having him out at practice. I mean, Wednesday's practice was a jog through that he was a part of. That's not instilling any confidence in me yet. However, Sam, the Rams are still plus 175 to win the NFC West. Second shortest odds behind the 49ers, obviously, who we talked about yesterday. Are the Arizona Cardinals and Seahawks that bad where the gap between the Rams with a extremely questionable Matthew Stafford at plus 175 to Arizona at plus 450, is that gap reasonable considering what's going on with Stafford right now?
As of now, I guess it is. But if they come out and say Stafford's going to miss 3 weeks, you'll see people come in and bet the Cardinals and they'll bet the Seahawks. So if you're looking to make a move, you sort of have to do it before any big announcement. The issue is San Francisco is so good and San Francisco's schedule is so easy, as we talked about yesterday. Yeah. I think it's their division in a handbasket. Like I don't want to count my money already, but I think the Niners are winning this division, and I don't think it's going to be close. So that's built into it. You also have this big-time respect for Sean McVay because he has done it with backup quarterbacks. He's done it with a guy like Baker Mayfield. There's this belief that there's not a big drop-off between Stafford and Jimmy Garoppolo, which I disagree with big time. But that's what happens when the Rams have been able to navigate a lot of issues over the years under McVay. So Adam Grossbard covers the team for the LA Daily News, and he had a quote yesterday about Stafford. So here's the summary of the tweet. Stafford said he started to feel back discomfort over the summer. He declined to say whether or not he's managing discomfort. I think we all know he's managing discomfort. And then on week 1, he declined to say whether he's going to play with the quote, I feel pretty good the last couple days. I just don't believe it. And I'm sorry if you're tired of hearing about Stafford and his back and the health, but you can't talk about the Rams and do a countdown to kickoff without discussing it. It's the elephant in the room, and we're not going to know until he's actually out there taking real snaps in a real game against a real team.
I feel pretty good is not, I can play in the NFL and be just fine and not be a liability to my team. I feel pretty good is code for, I feel awful right now, but I'm going to be out there. That way the noise doesn't get even louder. The question now, Sam, is if Stafford doesn't go this year, can the Rams go over their win total of 9.5 games? Can they win 10 games with Jimmy Garoppolo? Minus 145 to the over right now. So that's pretty bold. And again, these numbers are probably still with Stafford in because he has not been ruled out. We aren't saying that it's been reported that he's ruled out at all. We're just speculating based on the reports of his back and what we've seen, that I wouldn't be shocked if we see Jimmy Garoppolo play quite a bit this season, which in that case, yeah, Sean McVay has done some really good things with some backup quarterbacks. He's one of the best offensive minds in the game. 10 wins with Jimmy Garoppolo, that doesn't feel doable to me.
Could they? Yes. I hate to be an absolutist. Will they? I have many doubts. And to look at the schedule and just how strong it is. So we mentioned San Francisco has the easiest schedule per multiple outlets. So San Francisco is 1 of 32 in terms of toughness. LA Rams are 20. So that is not a schedule that's going to be easy. So if you don't have your quarterback near tip-top shape and your defense that played really well up front but had some issues in the secondary, you face better teams and better quarterbacks. It's a lot more difficult to mask some of those deficiencies. So I look at their numbers coming in. You mentioned the win total 9.5. I get plus money under. I lean there, not betting them to win the West, shy of 2-1. I have no interest in NFC at 9-1, and I'm definitely not betting Super Bowl at 20-1, give or take. I'm just not buying any Ram stock because I don't believe that this is something that's going to be okay for 17 regular season weeks. I have a bunch of concerns, and if they have to go to Jimmy Garoppolo, the entire calculus changes. I think Stafford's a Hall of Famer. And we're just going to say that, oh, well, the drop-off isn't that big from Stafford to Garoppolo. Give me a break. This guy won a Super Bowl. This guy has orchestrated some of the most electric offenses of the last 5 years. To think that him not being out there is a huge deal. I mean, I know we know it's a deal, but I don't think people realize how much of a drop-off there is. I think the market is way wrong. They're saying it's only like a 4-point drop-off.
No.
I'm way higher than that. I'm way higher than 4 points.
Sam, there's a reason that Jimmy Garoppolo went from earning around $26 million a year to $3 million this year. That's a significant drop off right there. Going from being a starting quarterback in the NFL, making that type of money, to $3 million a year as a backup. I'm not buying that at all. Okay, so now we've kind of speculated if Stafford is not on the field this year. What if he is? What if he is fully healthy this year? 20-1 to win the Super Bowl, 9-1 to win the NFC as a whole. If Stafford is fully healthy, I think this is a team capable of it. You have the wide receivers, you have the running back, you have an improved offensive line, you brought over a new center. The defense, I love Jared Verse, who I'm going to throw your way in a second for Defensive Player of the Year and get your thoughts. But like, if Stafford miraculously turns things around in the next 2 weeks and is fully healthy, ready to go, no restrictions, can this team win the Super Bowl?
They could, of course, because he's one of 3 quarterbacks to do it since Brady retired. I mean, it's silly to say that they can't. I just don't believe that they will. So I'm not doing it, but there are people all over Twitter that are saying this is a hoax and this is a smokescreen and this is the greatest
and that
trick
Matthew
that Sean
Stafford
McVay
died years ago. This is a clone of Stafford.
That would be that's a different conversation, but that is a great hashtag. I know Jake's been all over that one, but some people think that McVay is rug pulling and McVay is sort of smoke screening and he's trying to pull this trick and that Stafford's just fine. I don't believe that, but of course, if he's out there playing at a high level, they could be dangerous. They could make a run. I'm just not betting it myself. So there will be people out there that agree with me. There will be other people that think that I'm dumb and think that Stafford's fine. The best part about this, you can belly up and bet your own money. If you believe in the Rams, go for it. I don't. Rams money will not come from me. I will not bet them to win the conference, not to win the Super Bowl, and I lean under. Even if he's healthy, I think there's enough regression on that defense and a lot more toughness with that schedule. You know, their defense played above water last year, and their D-line is great. And their ability to get to the quarterback is awesome with guys like Fiske and Colby Turner and Jared Verse. But I think that secondary is very problematic, and there's a lot of Band-Aids at corner and safety. So if that D-line and that pass rush can't get through against better teams, it'll be easier for opposing passing attacks to move the ball down the field. So I'm selling stock, if you can't tell. I am not in on the Rams.
I have not bet a penny on the Rams, Sam, yet, and I likely will not be betting a penny on the Rams. Unless potentially I've had my eye on Jared Verse for Defensive Player of the Year. I think he might be a year too early. Last year won Defensive Rookie of the Year. There's probably a little bit more growth that he needs to have in order to be up there with the Micah Parsons if he plays, Aiden Hutchinson, that type of thing. But he's someone that I think at some point can win the award. He had 4.5 sacks last year, 4th amongst all rushers in quarterback pressures. He's 12-1 right now to win Defensive Player of the Year. Any interest there?
Nope, not from me. If you can't tell, I am not. I know.
I keep trying to bait you. I keep throwing everything at you, being like, "What about this angle? What about this angle?" Nope, no Rams stock for Sammy P.
If you remember, they were 1-4 last year going into the bye. Then they squeaked out a win against Vegas. They beat Minnesota. They beat Seattle in overtime. They beat New England. Then they played New Orleans, the Jets, the Cardinals. It's a very easy schedule after the bye, and they turned 1-4 into 10-7. So they actually finished 9-3 down the stretch. Go look at that schedule. Not a lot of cupcakes on that schedule. Not a lot of Vegas. Not a lot of New England, New Orleans, New York. It's a much tougher test this year with a quarterback that's already hurt.
Could be an extremely rough season for the Rams this year. We'll keep our eye on the Stafford news. Sam and Joe will be back next week. They'll keep you updated on what's going on and how to bet potentially the Rams this year. We'll tell you how to bet today's MLB card coming up on the other side. This is Bet Sweats with Kate Constable and Sammy P.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Kate Constable, Sam Panayotovich here with you on Bet Sweats. We're going to dive into our Major League Baseball card for today, touch on a couple of these games here in just a few minutes. Kelly in Vegas joins us in about 20 minutes from now. She's joining us from Dublin, where her Kansas State Wildcats are playing Iowa State tomorrow morning to kick off week 0 of college football. But Sam, we have a couple other week 0 games, one in particular where we've talked about it throughout the week, Kansas and Fresno State. Line moved down from 14.5 down to 12.5. We both grabbed it there, and it's back up to 13.5. So seeing quite a bit of movement within that game. What do you make of the 13.5 right now?
I'm very happy that we have 12.5. Let's start there, because you had a feeling that this was going to move back. And earlier in the week, it was 12.5, and I was sitting there wondering, why haven't I bet this yet? Because I have a good feeling that we're going to get closer to kickoff Friday and Saturday, and you're going to see that support for the favorite, because we have a team that underachieved last year, but still we have a team that's much better than the other team. And Kansas also is opening up its brand new stadium in Lawrence, because last year they were playing in a soccer stadium. So I got it. I understood it. People wanted to bet the dog and take the 14.5 and take the 14 and knock it through. I get all that. But as we get closer to actual game day, you see favorite money. And those 12.5, you had a feeling were eventually going to evaporate. And I'm looking at the market right now. Pinnacle has 13. Circa has 13. South Point is 13. A couple 13s offshore. But it's 13.5 everywhere else, including our title sponsor, BetMGM. I will say, though, if you're still thinking about Kansas, I don't love it as much, obviously, at 13.5. as I did at 12.5, because if this lands 27-14, we're going to be winners and you're going to be a loser. But if you still are inclined to play Kansas, you can lay it at BetMGM at -105. A lot of these other books are -110. So if you're going to lay the worst of it, lay it at BetMGM and lay the -105. But I thought we did a really good job the other day of talking about it. And then finally yesterday and Wednesday realizing, all right, we should lay the 12.5 before this gets back. And it definitely got back. I don't know that we get to 14, but if it does, I assure you, people will be laying 14 on Saturday, because people lay favorites and they don't care about prices. They just bet favorites. I'm glad we gave out 12.5.
And with the 14, you probably get a lot of the casual bettors that say, okay, well, if it lands 14, which is a key number in college football, at least I push, get my money back. Not going to win you long term, but I'm sure a lot of people think that way. There's no way it goes back to 14.5. Right, Sam? Like that would be, back to where it opened.
No, I don't think so, because then they just get middled. That's the last thing they want to do, is have it land 14, right, pay out all the Kansas money at 12.5, 13, 13.5, and then pay out more Fresno money at 14.5. It's like, how did we do on the game? Well, we lost 50,000. Awesome. Like that's the last thing a sportsbook guy wants to do to the higher ups.
Great start to the college football season. First game for the sportsbooks, and they get torched if that were the case. So, good advice by us earlier on in the week, Sam. That's why you listen to Bet Sweats here. We're going to try and give you some good advice on today's Major League Baseball card as well. Cubs start a new series with the Angels. They're on the road. We have the Nats and Phillies going, Astros and Orioles, and of course, the Yankees and Red Sox. Yankees and Red Sox going today as well. Where do you want to start here, Sam?
I'd like to look at this Minnesota-Chicago game. These teams both stink. So let's start there.
Right, we need wins
naturally.
Here for your win total.
I like the Sox today. I definitely lean there. Now, understand, I need the Sox to win 5 more games, as everybody knows, and is probably tired of me talking about. But I don't think the Twins should be $1.37 at a couple books here. I see $1.42. Now, understand
I see $1.45.
Right. So Pinnacle and Chris are around $1.30. Pinnacle's actually $1.27. And then you have other domestic books, $1.40, $1.45. So at the sharper books, wink, wink, the price is much shorter on the favorite, which should tell you a lot. If you're a top-down person, you're going to come in and you're going to take that plus 120, plus 122 as opposed to taking plus 117 because you always have to get the best of the number. But if you like Minnesota, it's very obvious that the market at the sharper books is moving towards Chicago. So I leaned this morning to 920 Chicago White Sox, and you can take, let's see, BetMGM, you can take, wow, plus 110. So I'm not going to take that. I could take plus 120, plus 121, plus 122. There's a plus 124. I lean to Chicago. And then in the Yankees and Red Sox game, look, I don't think this is the biggest Brian Bayo show. And obviously, Jake, hop in here as we talk baseball. I sort of lean to the Red Sox at plus 160. Now, I'm trying not to be a prisoner of the moment and pay attention to what happened last night. We didn't bet the Red Sox yesterday. We leaned over. But I think that price between these two teams is just too big. I mean, Max Fried is a guy the Yankees have a lot of belief in, and they think he's going to basically be the anchor of any playoff rotation they throw out there. But minus 190, minus 194, it would be Red Sox or pass for me, Kate.
There are also a couple other heavy favorites today. Seattle over the A's. I'm seeing minus 225. You have Detroit minus 155 over the Royals, and maybe some of those prices are warranted, but we've kind of talked about the heavy favorites a lot earlier within the week, and taking the opposite side has panned out a little bit better for us than if you were to be, well, we wouldn't be laying those big of a numbers anyway, but any interest in taking some of the heavier dogs, just knowing that minus 225 may be a little bit exaggerated?
Potentially. I mean, not blindly ever, but I could maybe get behind the A's at plus 195. I'm always intrigued by a dog. I mean, this show more than any show gives out baseball dogs because we understand that if you're laying favorites every day over a 6-month season, you have to win that much more, especially if you're laying $1.30, $1.40. I mean, your winning percentage has to be so much higher as opposed to if you're taking minus 110 or taking plus prices. I could potentially be convinced into taking the Athletics. I almost said Oakland, as I always do, even though it's not Oakland anymore. There's a really good pitching matchup in San Diego tonight, and that's a series that has a bunch of juice between the Dodgers and the Padres.
Yeah.
Snell and Darvish. That's a good one. I'll probably watch that one tonight when I get home from dinner. That's a 9:40 first pitch East Coast, so 6:40 obviously on the West Coast. Kind of lean to San Diego there. But that's a game that I just can't wait to watch because that NL West race is getting good as we get closer to September and get down the home stretch. Finding myself on a lot of dogs today, at least lean wise. Red Sox, Padres, White Sox. It's kind of where I'm at today.
Jake, why don't you jump in here? Is there anything that Sam has not touched on that you will be on today?
I think I'm going to be on the over in Red Sox Yankees. You guys mentioned it. The Yankees are counting on Max Fried, but we're not really a Brian Bayo show here. And Fried has been brutal over his last couple starts. I mean, 5 innings, 4 earned against Texas, 5 innings, 4 earned against Houston, 5 innings, 7 earned against St. Louis. That's his last 3 starts. He's been pretty bad. This Red Sox team that's playing pretty well, I think I'm going to like the over in that game. I'm obsessed with the A's today. I'm going to wait until the last second and see if it gets to 2-1. I'm obsessed with the A's today. This Mariners team is playing awful baseball right now. They look terrible. And the A's, say what you will, at least they have young guys where they can win some games. They've won a couple games. They've been playing well. Nick Kurtz, obviously your AL Rookie of the Year, most likely, assuming he doesn't get abducted by aliens or something. But Brent Rooker, who warning track fly ball yesterday, that was brutal. But I'm obsessed with the A's. Anytime you get an almost 2-1 on a money line for two teams that really aren't that far apart in my estimation, I'm always going to be interested in that. I'm obsessed with the White Sox today too, like Sam said.
If Kurtz gets abducted, though, he probably still wins the award, right?
Yeah, it probably becomes the Nick Kurtz in memoriam AL Rookie of the Year award, I imagine.
He hit a home run last night, which I believe was number 26 or 27.
Yep.
This was a guy that we weren't even talking about collectively as a betting conglomerate. You go back to May and June, like this guy wasn't even being talked about. It was, oh, Jacob Wilson's going to run away with it. Jacob Wilson's minus 1,100 to win the Rookie of the Year. And Kurtz, from the end of May through June and July, just completely took off. And I mean, you look at the prices on him to win the award. It's basically a wrap. I will say though, if he gets abducted by aliens, that would certainly change the math on the market.
Yeah, it's hard to price in, bake in abducted by aliens, but I assume we're not going to have that problem. No problem.
That would be the first
10,000.
I said there's minus 20,000 out there.
Yeah, so you got to lay that to win 100, which maybe not the worst.
Is that the heaviest favorite of any award market right now?
Has to be.
In baseball, it's got to be. It's got to be. I'm also kidding. Please don't lay 10,000, 20,000, win 100.
$300.
Yeah, I mean, aside from maybe, Phillies to make the playoffs and Rockies to miss the playoffs, I think from an award standpoint, yeah, it's not even close. Minus 10,000, minus 20,000. They're basically saying he's winning the award. Just to give you an equivalent price, that's Caleb Williams to go number one. That's Trevor Lawrence to go number one. That's Ben Simmons to go number one. Like that's what that price is at minus 10,000, minus 20,000.
And how did the Ben Simmons go number one work out for what? Sixers drafted him? Not so great. On the other end, NL Rookie of the Year, Isaac Collins, minus 170. We got a little bit bigger race. What's the look for it, Jake? The forehead, shake.
This stupid award. I hate it so much. It's the dumbest
you hate
market
it because
I've
you
ever
bet
seen.
someone else that is not in the race anymore.
And all of these guys suck. They're all bad.
All right, fair. And maybe abducted by aliens. All right, we turn our attention to college football. Kelly in Vegas joins us next all the way across the pond. She's in Ireland. We'll talk to her about Kansas State, Iowa State, as well as other Week 0 games next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Week 0 college football. 48 hours away, Sam. Just a couple days. Saturday morning, we kick things off over in Ireland. We're going to talk to Kelly in Vegas, who has boots on the ground over there right now for Iowa State, K-State. We'll dive into a little bit more NFL preseason coming up in about 20 minutes, and then we'll have some fun in the final hour, play a little nickel or dime. Sam and I have some, I don't know, just random things we need to talk about, and plans for this upcoming weekend. We'll wrap things up with lightning bets in about 2 hours here. But we do have Kelly in Vegas in Ireland. Kelly, thanks so much for taking the time to join us while you're on a vacation. How is everything going over in Dublin?
Of course. I'm excited to join you guys every single Friday for football season, so I wouldn't miss this one either. Dublin's been great. I actually got to tour the rest of Ireland for the last week. We got to Dublin yesterday, and I could not wait to get rid of my rental car because it was just a complete and utter monstrosity. The second we pulled into town, I'm like, there are so many K-State and Iowa State fans here. Like, I want nothing to do with this car. I'm going to just walk everywhere going forward. It is bananas.
Did you do Galway or no?
We did do Galway. So we actually did Galway first, and that was really, really nice. Highly recommend it if you guys come to Ireland. Spend more than a week. I mean, I feel like there's at least 5 or 6 things that I missed in each region that I wanted to do. We just didn't have enough time.
Yeah, Kelly, I was in Ireland for the Northwestern Nebraska game a couple of years ago, and it was phenomenal. Like, you just talking about how many fans there are. I was shocked at how many fans traveled for these games. What's the K-State bar that they have set up?
Well, we have 4 apparently. I have not went to any of them yet. I'm like of the mantra that I want to hang out with like local people. I want to go to places where there's not going to be a bunch of people that I possibly know. So after dinner last night, we went to Bull and Castle, which is an FX Buckley steakhouse. If you've never been to one of his steakhouses, boy, do you have to go. But our bartender said, hey, go to Darky Kelly's. It's right around the corner. And I said, of course, we're doing everything Kelly that I possibly can. Every restaurant, anything it's so much fun. And we went in, and the bartender said, hey, guess what? I make a great espresso martini. And I somehow decided that was a great idea. Needless to say, I was out until almost 2 a.m. last night, hitting up all of the bars in the Temple Bar district. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. The pep rally starts here in about 30 minutes. So I'm going to head over there after this segment, and I'll report back if I make it to the game tomorrow.
So we've got 5 games, at least FBS, on Saturday. And I do want to get a best bet at the end. And remember, there's a man in Chicago who showers 3 times a week that is tracking your picks this year. So if you only want to give one best bet, that's okay. But we have to start with the Kelly Stewart Bowl, the Kansas State, Iowa State game. Kate brought it up yesterday, and I thought that's a very good point because we know you're a dog player. You love the puppies. But K-State is your baby, and K-State is a 3-point favorite. Total is 50.5. What's the handicap?
Yeah, it's interesting. You mentioned underdogs. Matt Campbell is an underdog, 47-22. Woo! Man, Iowa State had a epic season last year. If you guys remember, they won 11 games, followed it up with a Pop-Tart Bowl win. And that's something they've never been able to do in their entire football history. But there's a couple of things that really went their way. Number one was in the turnover department, right? They had a +9 turnover differential. Those types of things we start to see come back and regress to the mean. Yes, they have some, 9 or 10 guys returning on both sides of the ball, but the Wildcats, if you look at them on paper, are better in almost every single metric from last year. And Sammy, I am not allowed to say exactly what's going to be different, but everybody watching the game tomorrow will see it. I had breakfast with one of the beat writers that I'm really good friends with this morning, and he said, Kelly, the defense is going to be very surprising for you. I think you're going to be very happy with the new defensive schemes that they're going to be running. And I said, okay, great. It's what I want to hear. He gave me a little bit more intel than that, but I will keep it very vague. You guys are going to have to wait until tomorrow. The Wildcats defense can snag one from Rocco Becht or, cough up the ball on the ground. I think that there is a good shot K-State could win this one by more than a touchdown. Wide receivers were a huge issue last year for Avery Johnson. If you remember, more dropped passes than any other quarterback in the FBS. It was awful to watch from a fan perspective. I think that also regresses to the mean. Couple of guys a couple years older, plus the transfer from Boston College, as well as formerly at Texas Tech, already has a rapport with offensive coordinator Matt Wells. So I am looking forward to the Wildcats not making some of those same mistakes that they made last year.
Okay, Kelly. So it sounds like you have the Wildcats to at least win in this one. What's your outlook for them on the entire season? The Big 12 is so compact. It's kind of up for grabs. Are they a team that you realistically think could be hoisting that trophy at the end of the year?
You know, I've had so many people ask me, I don't think there's a lot of value on K-State. That doesn't mean they can't win the Big 12. But if you look, the Big 12 top to bottom is one of the best conferences in terms of parity. There's 5, 6, 7 teams. I could sit back and make an argument to win this whole thing, right? What's Arizona State going to do without Cam Scatteraboo? They may take a step back. Is Utah going to take a step forward after no longer being on the Cam Rising carousel and trying to figure out if every single week he's going to play or not? Possibly so. I do also think that Baylor has some nice value. 7-1, they were a couple of weeks ago. Looks like plus 650 there at BetMGM. I think Baylor's going to surprise some people if they can get past Auburn week 1. Look out. I think the Baylor Bears are going to be much improved. I do happen to think that Utah won't be quite as good as everybody's expecting. I think a little bit of time to gel there. But yeah, Texas Tech, how much money can you spend on an NIL? We had this conversation last night after dinner, and I thought, good grief, if this is not going to be proof of concept for is the NIL, big time money. I mean, we're talking $15 million was spent on this roster. If they can't win the Big 12 after spending that kind of money, we're going to see. I think the Big 12 is wide open. I think it's going to be a great season to watch. Lots and lots of great football. I think the TCU game, I think it's October 18th that they head to Manhattan. I think that one right there could give us a really good indicator of a possible Big 12 championship game early on.
So last year you laughed when Kansas had a win total of 8.5, as one does naturally, because Kansas goes 9-4 the year before, and everybody's excited, and they brought everybody back, and the win total was 8.5, and I think you vividly said, "Ha!" And they went 5-7. They did not deliver. The quarterback was in and out of the lineup. They couldn't come home on a lot of these games, although they did have a fourth quarter lead in 5 of their 7 losses, which is wild. That said, Lance made changes. Lance Leipold, the head coach, new O coordinator, new D coordinator. They're happy about some of the changes there, and they feel good about what they have this year, but the expectations are much lower. So I'm just curious, with a win total of 6.5 and an easy game against Fresno, Kate and I bet 12.5 the other day. Your friend Chris Thurston bet 13. It's on its way back to 14. We like Kansas tomorrow against an inferior team. I'm curious your thoughts about them tomorrow, and maybe getting to an over 6.5 this year in the Big 12.
It's funny you say that the expectations are low. And that's not what I'm hearing. KU fans are excited. They've got 1/3 of a new stadium, maybe half of a new stadium that's been built. We'll see if they can sell the tickets. We'll see if they can pack the place. Here's the real reality. I just talked about positive and negative regression of certain teams and when things start to go their way. Well, nothing went Kansas's way last year. I do think this team will win at least 6 games. I do think they're going to go to a bowl game. But I'm not sure how much they're going to miss Devin Neal, their running back that declared for the draft and is now on the Saints. I think that he was by far able to run that offensive scheme, whether Jalen Daniels was 100% or not. If you remember that K-State game, it was bad. Devin Neal was all over that field. Luckily, the Wildcats, for me, and Ariel Epstein, who I brought to the game, said, okay, thank goodness they got the stop when needed. But here's the real reality. KU has missed the postseason 12 of their last 14. This is a team who's going to have to show me something before I'm going to start to believe in them. You want to lay double digits with a KU team with a quarterback who's been injured last year, knee injury, the year before. I know he's coming back. He's a senior. Everybody's really excited for him, but I think we need to pump the brakes a little too much. Fresno State, I understand, is going through a whole rebuild themselves, but I made this joke on another show, so I'll make it again here. Kurt Warner's kids are 2-0 against the University of Kansas. We'll see if they can't make it 3-0, at least against the spread.
We're talking with Kelly in Vegas. She's joining us all the way over from Dublin, where she is going to be headed to Kansas State, Iowa State tomorrow. Kelly, other week 0 games. This isn't exactly the Pac-12 after we have known it and loved ever, but Hawaii and Stanford. A 6:30 Central game. That's brutal. I was hoping for that one to be a little bit later in the evening. Stanford, a lot of turnover. You have Frank Reich as the interim head coach. They didn't even name him the full-time head coach. Going up against Timmy Chang and Hawaii. A little bit more continuity with the returners from Hawaii. Is that enough for them to cover as 2.5-point favorites at home?
This is where it gets really hard because I can't get past the fact that you could have got Hawaii +3 or Hawaii +2.5 or Hawaii +1 or Hawaii -1. And now we're pretty sure this game's headed to 3. So I would love to make a case for Timmy Chang. He's got 18 starters coming back. Last year's team, they have a lot to build on going forward, right? This team's 15-7 in their last 22 home games against the spread. But half of those, if not more, they were underdogs. Now you're asking them to come in here as a favorite. Yes, Frank Reich, I do think he's going to try to right this ship or whatever's going on in Stanford, but I just don't think it's going to get done right away. I wish that I could go back and say, all right, I'm going to get ahead of this one and bet Hawaii. But frankly, I missed the boat. I just don't really trust the Cardinal. We don't know what we're going to see about them. And somehow an entire NFL staff is going to come in and right a ship that has gone 3-9 in the last couple of years. I think this has got to be a pass at this point in time.
Tell us about the Kelly and Murray Survivor League this year in college.
Yeah, we're redoing it, Sammy. You and Joe complained way too much last year and said, Kelly, you made it too easy. I think everybody I know but myself cashed in it. All jokes aside, Kelly and Murray, college football survivor, 2 picks a week, $100 buy-in. I think you can have like 30-some entries. Splashsports.com/Kelly in Vegas. You just got to pick the winners, but you can only use them from the Big 12, the Big 10, and the SEC. So it's going to be a lot harder this year, and I'm excited to give you guys a challenge because last year, like I said, was just entirely too easy.
Kate, there were 500 winners last year. At least 500.
397. First of all, 397. And here's the problem. Here's the problem, Sammy. We didn't get any underdogs to win outright. If the underdogs don't win outright, how on planet Earth are we going to lose in Survivor?
That's pretty tough. Yeah. Kelly, are there any underdogs that you have your eye on in week 1? I know it's a couple weeks away, but getting ahead of those numbers, as you mentioned, with that Hawaii game is important.
Yes, there's a couple of games on my long list. I actually only have bet one of them so far, and it wasn't necessarily even a play on UCLA as it is a play against Utah. When we talked about the Big 12, I said, hey, I think the Big 12 is not wide open, but, let's call it a 5 or 6 horse race. And I think Utah is getting a little bit too much love here. Since joining the Big 12, this team has kind of had a little dose of reality. You're no longer playing in the Pac-12, boys and girls. The competition's a little bit steeper, but now they face a former Pac-12 team in the Big 10, now UCLA. I think UCLA at home in the Rose Bowl is going to be able to give the Utes a little bit of run for their money. They will be making my 3-team money line underdog parlay, Sammy. So that means that I think they have a real shot to win this one outright.
All right, no pressure. Remember, you're being tracked this year. This is a huge deal. It's very, very serious. What is the Kelly in Vegas week 0 best bet?
It's really tough because I'm going to get called a homer, but I do think at 3, no longer 3.5, you might get lucky and get a push here on K-State late, but I do think K-State is better on both sides of the ball than they were last year, and I think this is a real step forward for this team. Again, they've broken my heart a million times over, but I do think this could be a 27-20 final. I think this game goes under the total. So there you go. If you want to track both of these, I like the under tomorrow in Dublin, as well as the Wildcats -3.
Kelly, we appreciate you taking the time to join us. Enjoy the game tomorrow. Enjoy Dublin. I know Temple Bar is the fancy, trendy, popular bar there, but I tasted a lot of Irish coffees when I was over there, and they had the best one. So if you need a little pick-me-up, head over to Temple Bar for a little Irish coffee tomorrow morning before the game. But enjoy it. We'll talk to you, or the guys will talk to you again next Friday.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
That is Kelly in Vegas, all the way over from Dublin, Ireland, going to K-State, Iowa State, and looks like she is on Kansas State tomorrow. Sam, I mean, George tracking her all season long. That's big time stuff.
Oh, yeah. He's been waiting all week for this. I know that for a fact.
He's been listening to the show all week, too. He's been tweeting about it. Good stuff from George. All right, coming up on the other side, we have some more NFL preseason to get to, some more week 1 college football to get to. We will talk more bets on the other side. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Week 0 college football begins this weekend, but as we know, getting the best of the number is always important, which is why it's always important to look ahead, which we will do looking ahead to week 1 in college football here in just a few seconds. We will also look ahead to the weekend in the NFL, a big preseason slate tonight, plenty of games on the slate tomorrow. We'll play a little nickel or dime later in the show as well and wrap things up with our best bets. We talked through countdown to kickoff earlier on in the show with the Los Angeles Rams and what's going on with Matthew Stafford. If you missed any of that, want to go back and listen, you can do so on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts, as well as our interview that we just did with Kelly in Vegas, who's over in Ireland for the first game of week 0. Sam, week 1 college football, we have the big time matchups with Ohio State and Texas. You have LSU and Clemson, Alabama, Florida State. That's another fairly high profile game. Are any of those ones that you have bet or plan to do? Or are you more of like kind of the FBS versus FCS type of guy in week 1 of college football?
Oh, I'll bet plenty of the FCS stuff. And I think it's very important to understand that these dogs that are catching 28, 35, probably are going to get blown out. Understand that. And there's a game actually that I like tomorrow that I want to talk about in the next segment. But you have these big numbers, and oftentimes people come into a season and think, wow, these teams are going to be rusty. I'll take 29.5. And then at halftime, it's 28. Just be careful with these dead dogs that have no offense and no hope. You almost need everything to go right, and then they still might not cover. Like there's a game next Thursday. It's Duke and Elon. Okay? I didn't think you thought I would lead with this one. But Duke is a 33-point favorite, and the total is 47. So you do the math. The books don't think Elon's going to score. And that's very likely to be a game that's 42-0. I don't know that Elon's going to score. Manny Diaz is going to shut that down. But people will look at that number and go, it's a lot of points. And then when Elon doesn't cross midfield, it's not a lot of points. So those are the angles that I'm looking at. I love these teams that go against bad offenses in the FCS because they just can't move the ball. And when you're practicing, if you're Elon and you've been practicing against Elon all summer, and then you got to face Duke, it's just not something for. And then teams go down 17-0, 21-0, and then they start gambling and throwing flea flickers, and the running back is throwing a pick 6, and then it's over. Then the game's over. So I am not afraid to lay bigger numbers with teams like Duke against Elon or Houston against Stephen F. Austin. I have no issue there. Again, I don't think you thought I was going to start there, but those are the spots you can pick seasons.
I mean, that's a great place to start. And I was going to bring that up at some point because I take notes throughout the season and kind of things I want to remember for next season. And week 1 last year, I don't know if you know Pete Futek or if you've ever chatted with him, college football guy, runs College Football News. I hosted with him on the Better Angle week 1 of last year, and he knows these teams inside and out. And that was the thing we did all day long was we bet the FBS teams to cover the big numbers against FCS and absolutely cleaned up in that week 1. So I'm not afraid of laying any of those big numbers too. I agree with every point you just made that a lot of those smaller teams, they just don't have what it takes to stick with those big time teams. A lot of the lines have already moved quite a bit. Still don't really care on some of them. I mean, obviously pick and choose. It is, do your research. Don't just blindly lay stuff. But one that I'm interested in, Sam, that's actually moved against this team is Penn State. And I mean, it has not moved a significant amount at all. Penn State opened up 45.5 against Nevada, and I'm seeing some 44s out there. James Franklin loves to run up the score. He knows the spread. Like he likes to cover those spreads. Is that one that you have looked into at all or have thought about laying the 45.5? Does the movement in favor of Nevada scare you off that one at all?
That's a good question. I don't know yet. I would lean to the under in that game. I don't know how many points Nevada is going to score. And that's the move to me that's more telling. The problem is it's already moved 3 points. So this opened 60, and now it's 57.5. I see 57s. I see a 56. I always play this game, and I don't know if we've ever played this game together. Just rapid fire. What's the final score? So I'll ask you, Kate, rapid fire. Close your eyes. Penn State, Nevada. What's the first score that comes to your head? Don't even look at the spread.
47-7.
Okay, so you're under. You're under 57. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think it's a fun exercise because a lot of people, they look at the number and they look at the spread and then they start calculating and doing the gambling math. And I'm not saying you should be firing from the hip like John Wayne with 2 finger guns and play that game. But, people will look at that and go, wow, 45 is a lot. So then they'll start doing the math and make the prediction around the spread. And I make my own numbers, so I'm not in that camp, but I love to play final score. And I'm like 49-7. I think Nevada gets in there once. So when I look at my numbers, I'm close to that. But 49-7, unfortunately, is not going to get me over the top if I'm laying 45. I'll be close, but 49-7 is not a cover, believe it or not, on Penn State. So that's probably a game that I'd pass. I wish I had some under, but I kind of missed that move at 60 and 59 and 58. Now at 57, don't like it as much. But that's a game where I don't think Nevada is going to get in the end zone more than once.
Yeah, I would highly doubt that. Illinois versus Western Illinois. This number has moved a ton. 39.5 the open. We're up to 45.5. I think that would be a pass for me at this point with that type of movement there. I do like Minnesota in week 1. They are going up against Buffalo, 17.5. I think PJ Fleck is going to have these guys ready to go. I think Minnesota, they always compete. I think they're going to be a little bit better than where they're projected to finish inside the Big Ten at home against a Buffalo team that I don't think is very good at all. I would lay the 17.5 with the Golden Gophers.
And I also think that's an exercise in understanding where books are. Many people will see a number 3.5, 7.5, 14.5, 17.5, and think, oh, well, if they lose by 17, I'm going to cover. People look at those numbers and oftentimes look at the dogs, when in reality, the books are telling you by posting a 17.5 and sitting at 17.5 or 18, that's built-in respect for the favorite. Because it looks so easy to take that hook, take that 7.5 or take that 3.5 in the NFL. And I've learned over the years that actually it's the opposite. If a team's laying 3.5, that's the books not baiting you, because they're not baiting you, but they feel confident enough to deal the dog at plus 3.5. There's a reason it's 3.5 and not 2.5, because they're willing to give you the 3.5. So when I see those big key numbers, the 3s, the 7s, the 14s, the 21s, and a book is hanging 21.5, to me, that's a sign to play the favorite, although most people might look to the dog. So we've talked about a lot of these big favorites. Let's talk about one of the marquee games. This will be Sunday night in South Beach, and I've given this out on the show. I've given Miami +3, and everybody knows I have Carson Beck at a nice price to win the Heisman. So I'm a little bit skewed and probably a little bit biased here, but I think Miami is going to win this game. Notre Dame, very good team. They're my 7th best team in the country right now. But I think they're going to have some growing pains with that young quarterback, CJ Carr. They go from a vet in Riley Leonard to a freshman in CJ Carr. And sure, Miami's defense wasn't great last year. That's being kind. They were bad, especially in that game against Syracuse. But they've made some changes schematically, and they've gotten better players in there on defense. So I think if you're banking on Miami to play defensively the way they played last year, I think you'll be a little surprised. This total has also come down 4 points in a Miami game that doesn't happen, or at least it hasn't happened with Mario, the head coach. So open 54, now we're 50 and 49.5. That's a good sign, I think, for Miami. And the talent, I've been told, is as good as it's ever been. with Mario Cristobal in Miami because he's been getting these 4 and 5-star players, and this is sort of that leap year for them. I took 3. The market's 2.5. I do like Miami. That'll be Sunday night, August 31st. I took the points, but I think Miami's going to beat Notre Dame.
My only pushback there, Sam, I have not bet this game. I do not plan on betting this game. But my only pushback there would be I trust Marcus Freeman in a tight game down the stretch a whole lot more than I trust Mario Cristobal. Like, do you take the coaching in those aspects into account at all? Or you're just kind of like, if the talent, the product on the field, that's what's going to either win this game, whether they're going to cover, win outright. I'm not so concerned about the coaching.
Sure. It's something you have to think about because there have been multiple examples where clock management has been an issue. To ignore that would be silly. But I think oftentimes things get overblown and things get exaggerated. I didn't like a lot of the decisions that he made in that Syracuse game, but you have to put that aside because that's
Different
something
game
that you can learn from. I mean, it's not a different game. It's just you would hope that they would learn from something like that. And I can't, if I were to think that way, I'd never bet Miami. And that's not fair. I don't want to wipe a team completely off the board because they made a mistake 2 years ago or 6 years ago at Oregon in the game against Stanford. If you're going to think that way, you're never going to assess Miami accordingly. I get it. If teams don't want to bet or if people don't want to bet Miami, fine. I just don't think that way. And I'm willing to look past that and think that they will learn from that and grow from that. But I do like Miami. We've seen a big move, by the way, and Brad Powers kind of talked about this the other day, the Ohio State-Texas game. This total is getting hit and has been hit. Opened at 50.5, and now we're at 48. BetMGM 47.5. You have 2, I don't want to say unproven quarterbacks, although Arch is relatively unproven considering he's the Heisman favorite. But you have a freshman now, a redshirt freshman at Ohio State, and Julian Sayin. These defenses are definitely ahead of the offenses, and I think Texas has the potential to be a top 5 defense this year. Ohio State's got dudes. Caleb Downs may be the best player in college football at safety. This is a game that even at 48, I would lean under. This feels like a 24-20 type game either way. I lean to Texas, but I probably, even at 48, could find myself playing the under in that game in Columbus. That's the big noon game on Fox on next Saturday.
And Brad Powers also talked just about the inexperience of Ohio State. A lot of those guys very young on that team. They haven't played together a ton. Super high profile game to kick off the season. Are there nerves? Things not clicking right away? So I agree with you. I think the under on that one probably is the right play. The other big one, Sam, is LSU and Clemson. I think this has moved a little too much against LSU. That I know Garrett Nussmeier, the injury, the tendonitis, or what he's dealing with. Brian Kelly has kind of come out and said it's not that big of a deal. And maybe this is a little bit of coaches speak and somewhat of the Matthew Stafford stuff we're getting where it's, he's day to day, but really we know Stafford's not well. I'm not as concerned about this Nussmeier injury as maybe some. So if you're getting, this is up to 4.5 at some places for LSU. I think that's too many points. I know Clemson is very high on a lot of people's lists. I know they're favored to win the ACC, but this is an SEC team going into Clemson. I think Brian Kelly has a lot to prove this season. I would look at the dog here. I'm seeing 4s across the board, no 4.5. So I was mistaken on that, but I think I would go with LSU at 4, getting over that 3.
I have some Clemson money line in the game, and that was when the number opened at 3. I think it was -150 or -155. So that has obviously crept up a bit, -185 at BetMGM. I honestly think my handicap on this game is that Clemson's going to sort of exert itself early and take a lead. And I think Clemson's going to be up 10. LSU is going to have the ball with a chance to get in the end zone. And you could very easily see a 3-point win. Yeah, that's my hesitation. Obviously, I have Clemson on a money line price that's really nice. I'm not laying 4. I think LSU is going to have the ball, and Nussmeier is going to be down 10 in the shotgun and just try and fling them into the end zone. And that's going to be drama because you're going to have a lot of people that laid 3.5 and 4. And if LSU can get in the end zone, lose by 3, that's going to swing a lot of money in Vegas.
And anyone who took the 3 is going to be pissed, and anyone who has the 4 on LSU is going to be pretty happy. I'm just excited for us to have college football back, Sam, and have some pretty high-profile games in week 1 that we can get excited for. We can also get excited for a little NFL preseason question mark, because that's something that you can actually do. More games coming your way tonight. The Chicago Bears, Caleb Williams, the starters will play against the Chiefs. We'll talk through some of these preseason number 3 games on the other side. You're listening to Bet Sweats with Kate Constable and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Kate Constable, Sam Panayotovich here with you on Bet Sweats. Sam, we talked yesterday, getting the best of the number in the preseason. Got to jump on things fairly early. We just mentioned that again, talking a little college football in the previous segment, week 1. But we have preseason week 3. Had a couple games last night. The favorites both won. Despite fairly heavy movement in their favor, still were able to cover both of those spreads. We have a number of games today, this afternoon. Ravens, Commanders. Well, that's tomorrow. Chiefs, Bears, Cowboys, Falcons, Titans, Vikings, Jets, Eagles. The Titans game is the one that's moved the most. Open 1.5. Titans are now favored by 4.5. I see out there a lot of 4s against the Vikings. I would imagine that means JJ McCarthy is not going to play, or at least not play significant minutes here. Anything that you've bet or have your eye on for week 3 in the preseason?
Oh, there's a bunch of bets in this account. And again, I said yesterday, I don't play these bets myself. It's just something that I have the ability to get a piece of on a lot of these. A lot of these lines have moved, but I can tell you that there was a bet placed literally 2 minutes ago on the Kansas City Chiefs money line. So these guys played KC minus 130. They're sort of going against the move. Chicago opened as a 3-point dog. That number is now 1.5. So these guys that have made a bunch of money in the preseason, wink, wink, just came in and they're buying the other side of the move. So they went Kansas City minus 130. They did not lay the 1.5. They're just playing to win the game. Again, not even my bet. But these bets have been doing very well. I told you yesterday they were on the favorites at better numbers, and they came home. But a lot of these bets, like I'm not going to sit here and go through all these past posted bets, but like they bet, a lot of these games that have moved. Like they have the Broncos total at 36.5, and it's now 40 offshore, 39.5 at BetMGM. So that's sort of how it goes in the preseason. And I don't want to kick a horse that's already been kicked, but it's very difficult to come in day of the game and play a bunch of these favorites. That said, though, if anybody's listening live and wants to get in on a game that you can still bet, that you can still get the number, they play Kansas City on the money line. That's tonight against the Bears, and the buy point was Kansas City minus 130. Not my bet, but a bet that probably has a really good chance to win, if you know what I mean.
Another one of those that's moved, like the total in Eagles Jets, 38.5. We're down to 32.5 at the blue book, Sam. That's a move where like I would not consider betting the under 32.5 when you could have grabbed it at 38.5. Maybe maybe this has moved enough where you look to the over here. Again, I've told you throughout the week, I haven't bet any preseason. I don't plan to bet any preseason except maybe the Chiefs at minus 132 you just said. But that one is one that's moved way too much to try and get in on at this point. I feel like you're just kind of chasing things with that type of movement.
Yeah, I get a text every time there's a preseason game, and tonight we have 4 of them. And I'll get a text from a buddy of mine back home, and it's a 3-leg money line parlay in the preseason. And it's always, what do you think? And I don't even want to respond. Like, I love my friends, but really? Like, you're going to come in and throw in a 3-legger day of the game? I mean, just look at where some of these lines have moved this week. Minnesota opened minus 2.5, and now Tennessee is minus 4. So a 6.5-point move. The total in Chicago, Kansas City from 38.5 to 42.5, a 4-point move. These things have moved 3-4 points on average. So again, I hate that I have to always have this disclaimer that these have already been bet in the shape, but that's the truth. And we can handicap and we can kind of break down the depth chart and quarterback 3 against quarterback 3, but these moves have already been made. And now you're seeing some of that the other way. So some of these games have overmoved, so guys will come in and play the other side. And that's what's happening in Chicago, Kansas City. Chiefs open -3. Now it's 1.5. So guys are betting the Chiefs side of Kansas City at -130. That's something that I think you should bet. If you're looking for some action tonight, the only thing I'm going to tell you is to bet the Chiefs to win the game. And let me get you a quick money line shop here, because obviously there's a range on this. There's a -130, there's a -135, there's a -138. But the consensus price is -130. And that is a bet that I think, again, wink, wink, is probably going to have a good chance to win because these guys know what they're doing.
Do you think any of the outcomes in the preseason, especially this final week of the preseason, will alter any week 1 lines? Like, do we see any week 1 line moves because of performances in this week 3 preseason game? Like, if Caleb Williams goes out tonight and like just blast the Chiefs, are the Bears going to be a favorite against the Vikings week 1? Right now, they're 1.5-point dogs.
I don't think it matters that much. No, not even that. They can't even move that line like that off a preseason game, I don't think. That number's been wild in that Minnesota-Chicago game, because remember, Chicago, if you go back 6 weeks ago, Chicago's a 2-point favorite. I thought maybe there was a chance Chicago could get to 3, a chance, and it has not. It has swung through. So despite Chicago dominating the preseason so far, dominating in air quotes, the money in week 1 has swung to the Vikings. I was really hoping. I told Joe, if they give me a 3 on Minnesota, bombs away. I'm going to be driving around Chicago laying cash bets, but that's not going to happen. You're not going to see Minnesota as a 3-point dog. I see Minnesota offshore at -2. So while the Bears may be a playoff team and maybe winning the preseason and the offseason, the week 1 market is moving toward Minnesota. The only thing that would change a week 1 line now would be an injury. There can't be anything performance driven that would shift a week 1 market that much. Because remember, there's been so much money in this market for months now. I mean, these lines opened, end of May, early June? So it's very difficult to swing a week 1 game that isn't injury related. I was hoping to get Minnesota at a dog price. That's not going to happen, is it? It's just not. It doesn't look like that's going to be the case on Monday night. Damn it.
No, I don't think so.
I
don't think so.
Too bad. Small tier.
I'm not seeing any numbers out there. It's probably been taken off the board because of the Stafford injury, but Houston against the Rams week 1. Are you seeing anything for that? That would be something where I think I would take Houston just because of everything we talked about in our countdown to kickoff. Missed any of that? Go back, listen in podcast form. And the uncertainty about the Stafford stuff. But as I'm looking at a couple different books now, I'm not seeing anything out there for that one.
I see some 2.5 on the Rams, which is sort of fair. That's a great
there
leg.
for a while too.
If you have the ability to do a cheap teaser, if you can still tease, I mean, some books let you tease at -110, -115. They're very rare. But if you have the ability to do that and tease at a cheap price, because a lot of books now, if you want to do a 2-team 6-point teaser, it's -130 or -140, which has ruined teasers in the domestic market. But some places allow you to do it at -110 or -15. I think that's an unbelievable teaser leg. So I can take the Texans at +2.5, add 6 points, and get through 7 and 8. Kate, that's probably a winner. Now you just have to find another party to tango with. But I think Houston at +8.5 from 2.5 to 8.5 is an unbelievable teaser leg. That will definitely get my money. I just have to find somebody else to tease it with. And it's probably like Joe and I know for sure are going to talk teasers next week. and probably actually closer to the next week because we don't have NFL regular season next week. But there's teams like Washington against the Giants, just down to a winner, pick the winner there. Arizona down to a winner, pick the winner against New Orleans. I'm looking for that leg with Houston to make Houston an 8-point dog, 8.5-point dog. Just find somebody to hook it with.
I kind of like the Giants Commanders.
Yeah,
you're just asking the Commanders to win.
Just win the game at home against quarterback. They should. I mean, they should. I'm not saying they will, but it's very rare that a rookie quarterback goes on the road week 1 and pulls it out. It's very rare.
I'm sure you and Joe have or will talk about this in the 2 weeks leading up to week 1. But Survivor. Like, do you think the Commanders will... Well, I think the Commanders are probably going to be a pretty popular pick week 1 in Survivor against the Giants. I'm not sure I would use the Commanders right there. But as we saw last year with the Bengals and Patriots, like, week 1, things can get funky.
No doubt. I think 35% of most Survivor leagues were knocked out last year when the Bengals went down. I had brought this idea up, and I haven't gotten your reaction yet because we haven't talked about it. So everybody knows the Bengals blow week 1. And everybody knows the Bengals have been horrible in weeks 1 and week 2. The number is 1-11. So in weeks 1 and week 2, in the last 6 years, they're 1-11. However, my counter would be, now would be the time to take the Bengals in Survivor because nobody's going to want to do it. I think it's time to zag while everybody's like, I can't do Cincinnati. I could. I'm going to try and convince one of my guys to do Cincinnati in one of our entries. We have 2 entries, and then I'm a part of a third one. I'm going to be lobbying for Cincinnati in one of these entries.
I think that's the right call. I just wonder if more people than you think will be on it because of the narrative right now of, okay, the Bengals have started so slow, so they're playing their starters a whole lot more. Joe Burrow's getting time in the preseason like he's never got before. They're going to start the season, on a high note because of that. Yeah, they might. I mean, I get the point of Survivor is to zig when everyone else is zagging, and I'm sure while some people might think that, probably not enough where you will still, I don't know, do you call it an edge? Have an upper leg on other people if you take the Bengals week 1.
Here's my thought process. I'm not going to trust the Bengals defense as we get deeper into the season. So I'd rather burn them early and get it out of the way. But we'll see. We've got some time.
That's actually a good call. All right, coming up on the other side, I need another cup of coffee. Why does Sam not drink coffee? We'll talk about it next in Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Coming up about 20 minutes from now, we'll play a fun little game of nickel or dime. Who doesn't love that on a Friday? 40 minutes from now, we'll wrap up the show with our lightning bets for today. Some Major League Baseball picks, possibly some WNBA as well, maybe some NFL preseason. Who knows? Things might get a little wild. Sam, you just got this segment, we've got a plethora of topics to talk about, but I got to start with the wild text message you just received, or DM. Do you want to share that on air?
Of course. Look, I'll share basically anything. Hell, I shared a picture of me passed out at a pool when I was 21 yesterday.
You certainly did do that yesterday, yeah.
I'll share anything. Hello, Nessa Nation. Wait till I start sharing some of the stuff from there. No, I'm kidding. All right. Oh, thanks, Gerch. In case you were wondering what I'm talking about, that is me after a 5-hour fireball fight in Champaign, Illinois, 2010, 2011-ish. Tough look. There's actually a picture that I sent to Jake offline. It's way worse, but I'm not going to send that because I don't want to give Gerch any more ammo. But the direct message that Kate is referring to, obviously George at GRP Wins has been talking all summer about how he's going to track Kelly's college bets on our show. And we appreciate the way George consumes our show and talks about our show. I had made the comment to Kelly when she was on, and if you missed the picks, they were Kansas State -3 and the under in that game, 50.5. I had said to Kelly that there's a man in Chicago who showers 3 times a week that can't wait for the bets. George sent me a DM 10 minutes ago that says, video is on the way. By the way, I shower 4 times a week, not 3. So I just wanted to correct that and let the record be straightened that George is a 4 shower a week guy, not 3.
And I would like to offer George the picture that Kurt just threw up. The video is out. I have not listened to it with sound because we just came back from break. 2 minutes ago, George did post a video. It looks like he got a new notebook. I would like to offer George a little bit of advice. There needs to be a minimum of 7 showers a week. You should be showering every single day. And that's just for basic human hygiene. Basic human hygiene, shower 7 days a week. If you go on a long walk and get a little sweaty, maybe you throw in an extra shower that day. It's okay to shower more than once in a day. But George, we got to get that number up from 4 to 7. And hey, maybe throughout the course of the college football NFL season, we can get there by the end. Maybe that's a goal we set for ourselves. But I'm going to need us to get that number up. Well, I'm not going to say us. I'm going to need you to get that number up from 4 to 7, Sam.
Okay, so I'm actually curious about this because if we want to throw in on it, this is a number show, as I've always said. It's sports with numbers. If I were to make an over-under on my weekly shower count, yeah. I think my true number would be 6.5, and the under would be -150 because I do tend to skip showers on Scumbag Sunday. But that said, though, I'd have to change the juice in football season because I do shower before the show on Sunday with Nick. So my number would be different without football than it is with football. Because I mean, sometimes I wear a hat on Sunday. Nick usually goes hat a ton on Sunday. But I definitely Monday to Friday and then usually on Saturday. But sometimes you got to have Scumbag Sunday. And you have to eat bad food and not shower. But I'm still 6 a week. So that's why I gave the over under 6.5. Are you saying you shower at least 7 times? Like what's your over under on a given week?
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. There are certainly days that I don't shower, especially working from home. Like no one knows how I smell right now. They just know what I look like, right? There are days that I don't shower, yes, but there are also days where I shower more than once because I'll shower in the morning if I've got to go somewhere and get myself ready and everything. I'll go to the gym later that afternoon. I will always shower after I work out of any sort, right? I think that is a necessary part of life. So that constitutes for 2 showers in one day, which brings my average probably to around 7. I think 6.5 is probably a fair number because you're right. Sundays, I'm not showering. I'm getting up and I'm going straight to the couch. I'm laying there all day. But then you have that extra that day where there's sometimes more than one. And I guess you also kind of have to factor in the mix, like girl showers are different. Like sometimes it's just a body shower, a rinse. Sometimes it's a full hair wash day. So maybe like there's a half in there. Maybe you count half for like just the rinse days where you're just doing the bare minimum. And then the full shower with full hair wash. I probably only wash my hair like 3 times a week. So it gets tricky there, Sam.
So we should create an entire market around the Monstable shower props. So the hair washing, the hair washing over under is 2.5. And the shower number, the total shower number, the amount of times the shower goes on is 6.5 or 7.5. Which one's more fair?
I would say 6.5 is probably more fair. I haven't worked out much this week, Sam. So it's been, you would hit the under on this week because I haven't had double day showers.
And George's number over under is 3.5.
I would take the under most weeks.
That's what I'm saying. He says 4. I think it's more 3 than 4.
I do too.
How about you,
because
Jake?
he announces when he showers. Shower freshly shaved. But how often do we get those videos? Not all that often.
God.
What's your number, Jake?
My number's definitely like my number, honestly, especially during the summer, it's probably 8.5 because like I'm walking from this office like to the train a lot. So like I'm a bona fide sweat boy. Like I will sweat like that. And then I have to be on the disgusting CTA and I feel gross. So like a lot of times, like as people know, like I'll work out in the afternoon here between this show and between You Better You Bet. And then I'll shower obviously after my workout, a la Monstable. But then like a lot during the summer, I'm usually probably showering once I get home then too. Just because like I don't want to lay down on my couch or God forbid my bed and like my face is greasy and it's disgusting at the CTA stink on me. Like,
yeah, if you're taking public trans, that is also like a post shower necessity. You got to shower after. I don't know. I don't care how long you're on there. CTA equals shower.
Ironically enough, I woke up yesterday, took a shower about 7 a.m, had to do our show and then Bear Bets, and then I walked 1.5 miles New York blocks and sat on an Amtrak for 4 hours. So I got home about 10:30 at night. And I thought to myself, okay, do I really want to shower and then have to wake up in the morning and do another shower? Because my hair I'll look like a total clown if I don't shower in the morning. So my bugaboo was, do I really want to shower at 11 o'clock, then go to bed, then wake up and shower again? The answer is no. So I laid in my filth last night from walking around New York, which is, by the way, a disgusting city. I saw the rat. I saw a rat the size of a skateboard yesterday.
Yeah.
No joke. It was the size of a skateboard.
Did it have 4 turtles with ninja headgear with it too?
No, it was not Master Splinter, unfortunately. But I thought to myself on the train, but then I didn't want to take 2 showers in 12 hours, so I did not.
I get that. That might be boy math, Sam, like, because Kate, I could tell, is kind of disgusted. Like, that might be boy math. Like, I've been there. Like, I've done that with plane rides, too. Like, flights where I was like, it's so late. I know I'm just going to have to do this in the morning. But what I'll do, though, I'll wash my sheets the next day, though. Like, if I do one of those, or like I'm on public transit or a train or a plane, oh my, and you just like, whatever, and then you sleep in your filth, I'll wash my sheets the next day, though. Like, I'll full reset.
See, I understand it being washing the sheets. Yeah, I don't want to know people's washing the sheets numbers because I imagine it's not as much as it should be happening. If I am on an airplane, I shower. I don't even like unpack nothing. I drop my suitcase and I go straight to the shower. But I do understand, Sam,
That's
like
fair.
getting home late from something where it isn't an airplane situation, but like getting home late from the train, you've had a really long day. You've done you've been up doing stuff. I get that. Then you just want to go to bed and you're like, fine, we'll deal with it in the morning. I can let that one slide.
That train was disgusting, by the way. I'd be happy to do the sheets conversation. Let me just say the bathroom was so bad on this train that I opened the door. I walked to the bathroom and I was sitting in a nice part of the train. So I go to the bathroom, slide the door open, look inside, and go, nope, I'll just go in my diaper. Never mind. It was so bad. The bathroom was so horrible. It was the Penn Station bathroom was unbelievably I can't even talk. That's how bad it was. So I go, I'll just go on the train. Nope. Somehow the train bathroom was worse than the terminal bathroom at Penn Station. But I'm getting a little personal here. I just told you all about my diaper that I actually don't wear. But I thought that'd be funny, Jake. I saw you laugh.
It was funny. I laughed. It was good.
Imagine
so the
having
sheets. All right. So
yeah, the sheets. Yeah, sheets.
All right.
Over under on sheets in a month.
Who wants to go first? I'll go first.
I will admit, I have 4 sets of sheets because I don't have in-unit washer and dryer. I have to go down 40 floors to do it. So I will change the sheets, but I don't always wash them right away. I have 2 sets of sheets sitting in the dirty clothes that I need to probably wash today because it is definitely time to change the sheets. My hygiene's better showering than it is changing my sheets, I'll be honest.
That's economical though. Like if you have the change, like you're still changing them. Like
yeah,
I don't think the question has to be like washing them, but like changing them. Yeah,
I think to the point where I'm like, this is gross. It's time to change the sheets. Not like
Sam's about to tell us he changes his sheets like once every quarter. I can see it in his face.
No. That would never be allowed in this household. Don't worry. I will say though, when it's 95 degrees outside, I've brought this up many times. This house does not have central air. We've got the wall units and all that. So when it's 95, the sheets get changed a lot more. But I would be lying if I said that we change the sheets more than twice in the winter. There's no need.
It's so
cold. Oh yeah. There's no way. Not a shot. Those things get changed more than twice.
Over the course of the whole winter?
No, per month. Fools, pay attention.
So every other week. You presented that like it was the full winter.
No.
I was gonna say,
in the month of December, they'll be changed twice. In July, it's probably once a week.
That's fair. Mine also, I love sweets and dessert and chocolate, but if I eat too much of that too close to bed, I get incredible night sweats. So my sheet changing is also part of the night sweat schedule, that if I sweat a couple nights in a row, those sheets are immediately changed. So you have to factor that into the handicap as well, how many sweets I'm eating at night.
I want you guys to guess mine. Like me as a 27-year-old single man.
Jake, I think you're cleaner than I would initially have given you credit for, because you said you wash your floors a lot. I would say once a week for you.
Sam?
5.5 per month.
Ooh.
Definitely under. I'm a once a week boy. I keep a schedule. Like I do the floors and the sheets and like the countertops same day. Sunday, like my scumbag Sundays is until about noon. I lay and I rot, and then I get crippling anxiety, and I just wash my floors and my sheets and my countertops.
Are you awesome. Type A?
I don't know what that means, Kate.
Okay. Like, are you a list person? Are you a color coded?
Oh God, no. I am controlled chaos.
Okay. Same.
Kate, again, I'm a 27-year-old single man. All of this cleaning schedule once a week, it's performative. You think I want to do this? No, it's all performative. Come on. It's like I can go to the bar and when my scumbag friends like, yeah, I wash my sheets once a month, once every quarter. I'm like, I'm on once a week. It's all performative.
Yep.
I don't know how this
quality of life, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But
how does this always happen where we put TBD on the rundown and we have historic segments when we have nothing planned? I also want to assure people that Brian Gertch has never typed graphically, how many times a week do you shower on a show? Like, I guarantee that's never happened before. No way.
No shot.
That was a lower third on Bet Sweats Friday, August 22nd. and I'll never forget it. Oh yeah, he did that. And how many times do you change your bed sheets? So that's what we're talking about on Friday, August 22nd.
It's been a great summer of lower thirds for Gerch.
Yeah. We need to get BetMGM to start posting those lines for good old GRP. That would be a fun bet each week. All right. Enough madness. Everyone go change your sheets. Go shower. Do something. But not until we're done here on the show. 40 more minutes. We'll do a little nickel or dime coming up on the other side, and then we'll wrap things up with lightning bets.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
This is Bet Sweats here on the BetMGM Network. Kate Constable, Sammy P here with you. Joe O will be back next week. The guys get ready for the football season. We're going to get ready for lightning bets here about 20 minutes from now. We'll tell you where we're putting our money today and for the weekend. Sam, we just had a phenomenal segment, all-time segment. That might have been my favorite segment of the week. A little shower action, a little bed changing sheets action, over under on the number of times those two things happen. If you missed that segment, trust me, it's worth a listen. Go back, listen anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And let us know I guess I don't really want to know your thoughts, your shower and sheet changing thing, but tweet at us if you want to tell us, and maybe we'll take a peek. We got to play a little nickel or dime here today, Sam. And to do so, we bring in the one, the only, Jake Hassan.
Yeah, back-to-back segments of Jake Hassan. How does it go wrong? Surely the people are fired up for this one. Try to get this back on the rails. Really can't wait for that one. Happy to be with you guys. It's Friday. It has been the longest week of my entire life, it feels like. I've seen the horrors this week. Horrors this week. But I cannot wait to be on a dock later with my friends, and hopefully my ankle doesn't explode this time. Anyway, nickel or dime. Would you rather go? I know there's no positive Rams thoughts here, so I went mostly negative as they are a countdown to kickoff team. So we will start with, would you rather go the nickel on the Rams alternate win total under 4.5 at 15-1, or the dime on the Rams simply under the 9.5 plus 125? Kate, we'll start with you.
I'm going to go with the dime. 4.5 is kind of wild. And I think regardless of if Jimmy Garoppolo has to be in at some point this year, I know they really like Stetson Bennett. I'll give the benefit of the doubt to Sean McVay being able to at least make a backup quarterback competent within his offense. There's still a lot of good pieces around him. I like some of the parts of this defense too, the defensive line. I'm going to go under 9.5 wins, put a little dime on plus 125 rather than taking a long shot on the 15-1.
If he gets hurt, though, and doesn't play, if he gets more hurt, rather, if he ruptures something, if things do not progress, and it's Jimmy Garoppolo or Stetson Bennett for 17 games, that 15-1 is enticing. And I'll tell you another thing, that 15-1 is going to get bet once that happens. If it happens, again, we're all hypothesizing on Matthew Stafford and his availability, but if he doesn't play a single game, again, if they could be 3-14, 4-13, if they got to go to Garoppolo or Bennett, I'm enticed, but I'm not going to bite that bait, Jake. I'm going to go under 9.5 wins for the dime at plus 1/4.
Well, let me see if I can get you with this bait then. In that hypothetical if scenario, would you rather go the nickel on Rams' worst record 130-1, or the dime on the Rams to simply miss the playoffs, plus 125? Sam, we'll start with you on this one.
Are they really going to be worse than the Saints or the Giants or the Browns? I don't know. See, I think the Browns are clearly tanking. That's why they're starting Old Man River, Joe Flacco, and that's why they may go to Shedeur Sanders in week 5 or 6, or Dylan Gabriel or whoever. I don't think the Browns are trying to win. I don't think the Saints can win. So while I love the price at 130-1, the Rams are still trying to win. And that's more than half the battle to me, Kate. So I hate to be flinging dimes around on this segment, but I'm at Rams miss the playoffs at plus 125.
I am right there with you. I don't think that the Rams can be the worst team in this league, even if Matthew Stafford doesn't play. You just laid out the reasons that the Saints are going to be bad, the Browns are going to be bad. I've gone on record saying I think the Dolphins could potentially have the worst record in the league this year. There are too many other teams that I think are far worse than this Rams team. So I will also go with a little dime on the Rams to miss the playoffs at 125.
All right, last Rams question, then we could put this team in the dirt for the rest of the day, and we don't have to talk about them anymore. Would you rather go the nickel on Puka over 1,200 receiving yards on the year, that's minus 114, or similarly nickel because there wasn't a bigger thing. I guess I could have flipped these. Bad producing by me. Anyway, or the nickel on the Texans money line plus 125 week 1 versus the Rams. Kate, start with you.
I mean, I'm going to go nickel again. I think the Texans could go in there and win that game. I'm not confident Stafford's starting that game, and if he does, I'm not confident that he is 100%. I think this Texans team is going to be fine this year. Plus 125 week 1 against LA. I know it's on the road. I'll go nickel there, Sam.
I was holding in a sneeze while I was on camera, so I spaced out. Which one's the nickel? Which one's the dime? I'm confused.
They're basically both the nickel. It's just whatever you prefer. Choose your own adventure.
Okay. When they took Kate full screen, I let out a howitzer. I sneezed all over the wall. It was bad.
A howitzer?
Anyways. Yeah, just like projectile sneeze. Very bad.
Projectile splat the wall.
Yeah. Over under on what time I clean that sneeze? 11:36.
How often do you wash your walls from your sneezes? Over under on that.
I didn't actually sneeze on the wall. I was just painting a picture. I don't want to bet anything receiver related because I won't bet anything positive on the Rams. I'm not betting over the win total, make the playoffs. If it's got to be a quarterback that isn't Stafford, I don't like Nakua to get over 1,200 yards. As good as he is, I would argue Stafford helped elevate the rear. So I'll take the Texans to beat the Rams week 1.
All right, college football. Would you rather go the nickel on Texas week 1 versus Ohio State? That's plus 110. Or lay the dime on Kelly and Vegas' K-State tomorrow, minus 160 on their money line. Sam, start with you.
So I just wrote on Fox my 7 future bets for football season, and one of my 7 is Ohio State under 10.5 wins. It's a little juicy. It's about minus 135, minus 140. I don't necessarily love Texas. I'm not pounding the table for Texas week number 1. Not see the shirt, Jake? Look at that, baby.
That's pretty good.
Hook 'em. I do like Texas. I think Arch is going to not surprise. He is the Heisman favorite. I think he's going to play a very good game against Ohio State. I think he's ready for the pressure. I'm not sure about this kid Sayin, who may be just fine. He's a 5-star recruit. Initially committed to Alabama, then transferred when Saban retired, of course. But I do think Texas is live, and I do think that Ohio State win total is very, very tough to get over the top because if they're 10.5 and they lose week 1, which is very possible, they're a 2-point favorite, right? Then they got to win 11 in a row to beat me. And I don't think that's going to happen. It's a tough game against Penn State. You got to go to Michigan. I don't think Ohio State's going to go over 10.5, but that starts with a loss to Texas in week number 1.
This one's tough. Kelly made a very good argument as to why Kansas State should win. But I have said that I think Iowa State can at least cover that game. I know all we need is K-State to win outright, but I'm more confident in Texas going into Ohio State. The lack of experience of this Ohio State team, very young. And Sam, I just laid out a good reasoning for Texas. I think you can trust Arch Manning despite us not having seen him a whole lot quite yet. I hate that we're agreeing on all this, Sam, but yeah, I'm going to go nickel on Texas to win week 1 plus 110.
Let's talk Heisman. Would you rather go, this is a choose your own adventure of sorts, would you rather go the nickel on anyone not named Arch Manning, whether that's Nussmeier at 9-1, Klubnik at 9-1, whether that's Lagway at 18-1, Sellers at 14, whatever. Anyone not named Arch Manning for Heisman on the nickel, or would you rather just go the dime on Arch to win the Heisman at 6-1?
Give me the absolute field.
Oh.
I would take everyone else though? Other than Arch.
Do you have to pick one, Jake?
If you have someone off the top of your head, sure. If not, we can take the field. That works too. Open to interpretation.
Well, if you're giving me the field, I'll just take the field.
Sure.
Yeah. Arch is the favorite right now, 6-1. No, I'm taking the field. I like John Mateer to win Heisman, 25-1. I know Oklahoma's schedule is extremely tough, but if that team wins games, he's going to be moving up that board pretty quick. So there's a name for you outside of Arch. Arch Manning for Heisman that I would consider a nickel on.
So I already have my long shots accounted for. I've got Avery Johnson. Remember, Corby was on the show moving Avery Johnson's Heisman number. So I've got a nice pop on Avery Johnson. And my biggest position's on Carson Beck at 37-1. So let me answer it this way, Jake. For the sake of this segment, I will buy Arch Insurance at 6-1. I don't love it. I think everybody's heard the stat now and regurgitated all over social media. I think we talked about it first 2 months ago. Now everybody's talking about it. There has not been a Heisman favorite that's won the Heisman since Marcus Mariota. You got to go back to 2014 for that. If I hear that one more time, I will like Arch even more, Jake, because when everybody talks about it, that's when it gets overblown. So for the sake of the segment and the sake of entertainment, I will buy Arch Manning Insurance in case my Carson Beck or Avery Johnson bets don't hit.
Let me ask you a follow-up question off that, Sam. If Texas and Arch win against Ohio State week 1, how far down does this number come for him for Heisman?
Depends on what he does. If he throws 3 touchdown passes or throws 2 and runs 1, we could see 250, 275 after week 1.
Love it. All right, I'm going to start with Kate on this one because this is a very Monstable-based question. Would you rather go the nickel on Iowa to make the playoff 7-1, or the dime on Albany plus 37.5 minus 105 at Iowa in week 1? Monstable, what do you got?
I mean, Monstable was born in Iowa City. I am taking Iowa to make the playoffs. I mean, I think Iowa covers over Albany 37.5. Sam talked about a lot of those big time favorites. Not scared to lay that for Iowa next week. We have ourselves a quarterback, Gronowski, coming over from South Dakota State. I know a little FCS, but like the kid's won everywhere he's gone. Iowa's defense is good enough to win them games on its own, but if this offense gets going even just a little bit this year, yeah, you have some tough games. Penn State, I believe we play Oregon, but 7-1, I'll put the dime on the Hawkeyes, making it to the playoffs. Let's go.
I have no idea what to do. You want the nickel on Iowa to make the right?
Yeah,
Yes.
sorry. Nickel on Iowa
Yeah.
to make the playoffs 7-1.
Because the dime is taking 37.5 with.
It's not good either way, really. Come on. Come
mean-
over to my side, Sam.
I'm losing either way. I would rather minimize my risk, and I will join the playoff party because a happy Monstable is a happy Sammy P.
That's right. That's
Aw,
right.
That was sweet.
Hey, maybe we get a first round home game and we can all go tailgate in Iowa's beautiful rolling hills.
Yes, like you read about.
There's not a hill in Iowa.
There is. There was a hill, and I would get sweaty walking up that hill in the summer in class. And then guess what? In college, I didn't go home and shower or wash the sheets then. I grew up a little bit after that.
That's not a hill, Kate. That's a bump. That's not a hill.
Okay, fair. The bump.
For the record, college Jake was not washing his sheets like probably once a semester, maybe. That was maybe. Listen,
filthy boy.
I'm right there with you, Jake.
Don't never say that to me again, Sam.
Jake showered in Roland Pool. Jake didn't shower. He just took the soap bar in the pool.
There were probably people doing that at that pool.
That's
All right,
disgusting.
last question before we wrap it up. We got about 90 seconds. Would you rather go the nickel on the Yankees to win the AL pennant 3-1, or the dime on the Dodgers to win the NL West minus 210, Sammy?
The Dodgers probably win the NL West, but I'm not laying minus 210. So let me take the nickel and go Yankees at 3-1. Look, the issue with anybody betting the Tigers, the Mariners, the Blue Jays is that you have to rely on a team that doesn't win in the playoffs, or at least hasn't in some time. Obviously, they all have relatively. We've seen a World Series in Detroit. We've seen World Series in Toronto. But recency bias has me thinking that I want to see it before I believe it. So I'll do the nickel on the Yankees at 3-1.
I'll go Dodgers to win the West minus 210. I'm not sure I trust the Padres. I know that race is fairly close right now, about a game apart. But I think the Yankees are a little too volatile. Sure, they're playing great right now. Did lose yesterday. I'm going dime on NL West minus 210 for the Dodgers, Sam. Will it make lightning bets? No. Certainly will not make lightning bets. Which is coming up on the other side of the break. We're going to wrap up the show here. Bet Sweats on a Friday, having some fun. We'll finish things off next on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Wrapping up Bet Sweats here on a Friday. Tell you where we're putting our money coming up here in just seconds. Lightning bets coming your way. Before we get to that, though, there's a phrase that's being thrown around in this show that I don't know about. Apparently, it's like, it's a show inside joke, and I'm not a regular on this show, just filling in for Joe here this week. Joe will be back with you guys tomorrow, but you guys have been saying moon a ton. What in the world does moon mean?
Moon started 10 years ago when Joe and I first started hanging out together, and it started with me telling Joe that I just blasted a game to the moon. And what I meant by that was it was a big bet. So whoever was playing on Thursday night, Joe would say, hey, did you make any bets tonight? And I'd say, yeah, I blasted the under to the moon, meaning I have a sizable position on this under. And he thought it was the funniest thing ever because, deep down, Joe and I are 9-year-old boys. So It has since morphed. It has since morphed into, I don't even know what it is at this point, but like if something is funny or something makes you laugh, Joe will now just say Poodle's moon. And like, I don't know, it's so dumb, but I don't know. Like,
yeah, you guys called me in our text yesterday. It was Constable Moon or Monstable Moon. So that means you like Monstable.
Right. Yes, basically it's us admitting that we like something, and then that's basically it. But it used to be like, oh, we're betting this game big, or we like this side large. That's how it started. And as all things do, they evolve over time. So if you like Jake knows, like I've sent Jake a text. I had Mariners one night and JP Crawford hit a home run to win the game. And I texted Jake, Mariners bleep moon. It's very dumb, but that's what it is. Moon is a good thing. It's not a bad thing.
It's a term of endearment.
Good.
Kind of.
That's good. All right.
Most
as long
part,
as it's
for us.
a positive. Yeah. I mean,
Jake,
everyone needs their inside jokes. That's
how would you
what makes the
describe
show
it?
fun.
How would you describe it, Jake?
I mean, I think you summed it up pretty. It's mostly just stuff that makes us laugh, and it's like an anecdote that just kind of, it's just the perfect ending to us. Whether it's a home run.
Sam, I think you had stepped away when I asked what this was in a break, and Jake's like, it's really complex. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to explain it.
That is not what I said. Do not put words in my mouth,
yes,
Kate
you
Constable.
Did. You made it sound like this was like this crazy thing. Like moon equals good. Moon equals funny. Moon equals fun.
Well, you know what,
you
Kate?
Made it sound
it's
like
it's a 3-hour show. We had an open segment. I knew we had time to kill. I was just preferred to save it. Okay, my bad.
So if we can play show or tell real quick, Gerch, I know you're on the button here. If I could get the picture of the pool and then the picture of George and the hook, I will explain what I mean with moon. So it's very simple. You see something like that, that's blackout moon. Blackout moon. That's what that is.
Okay. Yeah.
He's just blacked out. That guy is blacked out. Right. All right, let's take the picture of George. George, that's hook moon. It's just hook moon. That's what it is.
Which that
Jake,
might
how did I do?
Moon altogether.
It's the dumbest thing ever. That's Dr. Moon. Yeah, it's very. Yeah, exactly. That's
the best part is what the best part. I think my favorite evolution of it is there are so many different moon emojis. So a lot of times it's just somebody in the group chat sending you the full moon, the half moon, the crescent moon, the little moon face. Like there's 5 different moon emojis and you never know which one you're going to get. And they all mean the same thing. It's just very stupid.
Yeah, Sam sent the crescent moon yesterday. I like that moon emoji.
There's a million moons. And I think we're going to do a segment this year called Monday Moons, which Paul has been sort of in the lab working on. But another very significant example, we had an all-company meeting one day. And we're sitting in the meeting, and you know how those meetings go. At least, I'll say this about the BetMGM network. Our company meetings are short. I've been at other companies where they've been 90 minutes, and you're ready to end it. But ours are relatively quick. we got off an all company meeting call, and Gertz just sends into the thread all company moon emoji. And we all just laughed because it's the dumbest thing ever, but we find it hilarious. So that's how I put a ribbon on the definition of moon.
Perfect. You guys do your thing.
Gertz is sneaky with it. Like I think Gertz uses it the most for sure.
That's grease fire.
This
moon.
is grill moon.
A
What
grill
is
moon
this?
is fine.
Garage
Grease
fire moon.
Garage
Insurance money moon. It could be whatever
Yeah.
you want, Kate.
Insurance
Honestly.
fraud moon.
All right. How about lightning bets moon?
Yeah, that's a good call. So we have given Kansas the last 2 days, and I hope people have listened. We did it on Wednesday and Thursday. We gave minus 12.5. I am not going to re-add. I don't love it at minus 13.5. Actually, I really don't like it because if it lands 13, you're going to lose. So this is have to understand when to make these bets. We said it's going to move. It moved. So hopefully you got in on Kansas. Kate added some of that, I think, yesterday. So we hope that comes through tomorrow. And then I gave this out during our football segment today. These guys that are very good at the preseason are betting the Chiefs. So they're on Chiefs money line at minus 130. This has moved away from Kansas City. They opened minus 3, and there's a lot of Bears hype and Bears love. And Kate saying Caleb Williams is the best quarterback in the league and all that. It's all baked in. It's all baked in. And the Bears hype has driven the line towards the Bears. So now you can lay a cheap minus 130 on the Chiefs to win the game. The wise guys did it. I'm tailing it, and I'm sharing it with you. So Chiefs to win minus 130. That game is tonight.
All right, Sam. I like it. I'm on Kansas with you. I'm going to go over to college football tomorrow. I liked Kelly's under 50.5. She kind of snuck that in at the end there. I'm going to go under in K-State, Iowa State to kick things off tomorrow in Dublin. And then I like Hawaii later in the evening, the nightcap to wrap things up. I'm looking at a minus 125. I think this is moving a little bit in favor of Stanford, but I do not agree with that. I think Hawaii, their quarterback played in a game last year, redshirt freshman, but I think he was phenomenal, threw for like 400 yards in that game. I know one game sample size, but at least he's coming back. He's been in this program. Timmy Chang, I think he's a solid coach. They have a lot of returners this year, whereas Stanford's just kind of being held together by a Band-Aid right now. So I'm going to go with Hawaii at minus 125. Sam, is there something that you would like to share with the class?
No, I'm just laughing at our chat, our show chat. I just caught up on it, funny.
Yes.
But nobody else can see that, so I shouldn't talk about Fight Club when nobody else knows what Fight Club is.
Yeah. I don't know what Fight Club is. Jake, what do you got?
Kate, have you never seen
No,
Fight Club?
I know what Fight Club is, like the movie, but I didn't know if it meant something else on the show here. You guys are all cryptic sometimes.
Fair.
No, I'm very not cryptic. I'm actually very forward. I just read our chat and I missed the last 10 messages in the last 20 minutes and I just started laughing. That's all it was. Did you see what Gertz just wrote in the chat? It's so dumb. It's so dumb.
It's so stupid, but it's so funny. It brings me so much joy. Oh, it's the best.
It's so us.
It is. It
so
really is.
us.
All right. We did not get either of our home runs home yesterday for the Christian McCaffrey parlays. I will not be deterred. We have another one today. Can I interest anybody in pairing Andrew McCutchen to hit a home run off of Antonio Sanzatella of the Colorado Rockies in Colorado, by the way? Pair with Christian McCaffrey, Offensive Player of the Year, 146-1.
Rip it.
I am. We are ripping these. I'm weighing on this. McCutchen has really good numbers against Senzatella. He rakes whenever he's at Coors. I'll take a shot on that to get a really nice number on somebody we already like for Christian McCaffrey, Offensive Player of the Year. Other baseball stuff that I like the White Sox. This Twins team should never be favored against anybody. They are so bad. They're so terrible. I'm also going to go the over in Astros and Orioles. McCullers, his first start for the Astros in over a month. And Cade Povich, Maury's son, he stinks. So over 8.5, over 9.5 now. Still like that. two offenses. The Orioles have been sneaky good. I'm a little interested in their money line as well today. And then welcome back Shane Bieber. First start of the year, now a Toronto Blue Jay, goes against the Marlins. I'm actually going to take the Marlins in that game. Bieber, I don't know what the leash is going to be. The Marlins have been plucky. Plus 140. I like that price for them. So much like Sam, I'm going to be on a couple dogs today in Major League Baseball.
Speaking of McCaffrey, I saw on Twitter last night, somebody tweeted at us. He said he was listening to the show, This Own Blues on X. He was listening to Jake give out these McCaffrey parlays with other things, and he posted a picture of Russell Henley, first round leader, which hit. So he's halfway home. The second leg of his parlay is Christian McCaffrey, offensive player. I don't see the true price, but I imagine it's got to be 70 or 80 to 1, right, Jake?
Has to be. I imagine. Like he said what? Doubled the price at least. So yeah. It's pretty nice. You can get creative with these.
I see what he did. He did it live. So Henley was apparently already leading. He bet Henley live. I thought it was just paying attention now. It's Henley even money.
That would be more than
Right. 100%. That would be like 3 to 1. But either way, a win's a win. And when you parlay a plus price, even money with McCaffrey, so he turned it from 19 to 1 to like 40 to 1. So now he's more invested than ever in Christian McCaffrey.
Let's rock.
Gotta love it. That's why you gotta listen to Bet Sweats. Guys, it's been a fun week. We've made it to the end. Whew.
God, it's been such a long week. This has been the longest week of my life.
I'm gonna go shower and wash my sheets. Jake?
Hell yeah.
You go do the same? Although that comes Sunday.
Nope. Shackled to this desk until 6 p.m.
Yep.
See ya.
Joe O will be back with you guys next week for the foreseeable future. College football kicks off this weekend. NFL very soon. Thanks to Kelly in Vegas for joining us today. Have a great rest of your weekend. This has been Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Moon.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.